Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome from all over the globe to day 3 of the Global Health Catalyst Summit. We're so pleased with all who've been able to join up to this point, and we're really excited this morning to focus on opportunities to engage the up and coming generation. And we're particularly thankful for our experienced global health practitioners and researchers who are here to provide insights and guidance and inspiration as well. We invite everyone to be active on the chat. Please share your comments, your contacts, any questions that you may have. And we invite all of our speakers to also engage participants. You can respond to questions and comments in the chat as well. And we'll get to as many of those as we can through live audio responses. So this morning, I'm very pleased to have Dr. Elsie Ngwa co-moderate this session with me, and I will hand over to her so that she can introduce our keynote speaker.
Hi, thanks, Lydia. I'm Elsie Ngwa. I'm a research fellow here at Harvard Medical School, Boston Children's Hospital in the Division of Gastroenterology. And I'm happy to be part of Global Health Catalyst in general summit this year, but particularly honored to co-chair this session with you and to introduce our keynote speaker today, Professor David Kerr. Professor David Kerr contributes to Oxford University as a professor of cancer medicine, where he has worked with colleagues of his to build a new institute of cancer medicine and also a cancer hospital. He is also an honorary professor of oncology in several universities, such as Sichuan, Suzhou, Xiamen, and Shanghai, and Seoul National Universities. He has an international reputation in the treatment of and research into cancer, and the quality of his work has been recognized by several national and international awards, including the Global Catalyst, Harvard Global Health Catalyst Distinguished Leader Award in recognition of his many years of leadership in global health. He has published over 400 papers. He has an H index of 100 associated with his over 45,000 citations. So he is the top 1% of published cancer scientists in the world. He is also editor-in-chief of the Oxford Textbook of Oncology and Cancer Biology. He was editor-in-chief of Annals of Oncology, and he established the Journal of Global Oncology. He has also initiated a new course in Oxford on global health diplomacy. We value Dr. Kerr's leadership in many areas, particularly in the multi-center clinical trials that he's doing with other leaders of Global Health Catalyst. And for this session, particularly his commitment to engaging and equipping young global health catalysts. So Professor Kerr, we are honored to have you here today, and I hand over the floor for you, and we look forward to your insights.
That's so kind of you, Elsie, and Lydia also. It's great to be here amongst friends, and welcome to everyone who's joined us this morning. But a delight to be here. The Congress has been fantastic. Wonderful cast of individuals coming forward. And what I thought I'd talk a little about today is how I got engaged with global health. Always an interesting story. And I wanted to talk particularly to our young leaders of today and tomorrow about publishing. So it's about accidental tourism, and we can't get away from that, and giving you an editor's view as to how I can help you to shape your data, your important pieces of evidence, so that you can submit them to the sorts of journals that we would like to be associated with. So I'm here from Oxford, so I bring warm words of welcome from our Dreaming Spires. I'm still associated with Journal of Global Oncology, and of course, we're an online journal. We're associated with ASCO. Please have a look at the journal and think about that as being a destination from some of the work that you're doing. And with Will, with Ahmed, with my great friend Twalib Nagomo, we're involved together in building a research and clinical trials network in sub-Saharan Africa. We talked yesterday when we had a session yesterday afternoon about a pyramid of wisdom. It was quite an interesting thing of how we take data through evidence, through knowledge, to wisdom. So pyramids are stable structures, and this is a pyramid of the good that we do. And as you become more senior in your careers, you can amplify the amount of good that we do. I think my involvement in health policy, whether national or international, came because I'm a credible cancer doctor. So for each and every one of you, and whatever your specialty, whatever your calling in medicine, the single most important thing is, first of all, to establish yourself as somebody who can deliver high quality care and who has the respect of your peers. So be a proper doctor, be a proper researcher, and then you can expand to be more impactful in terms of health policy and so on. So each of us has a role in looking after the patients that we see across the desk or sitting beside us in our consulting room. That's good. A relationship which is driven by love, not romantic love, but the love of a brother or a parent or a sister or a father. Patients want us to love them, because if we do, then the patients believe that we would do better for them. And to have any sort of working relationship predicated in love is a gift. Research, I think, is important. I started on our various national committees when I was a very young boy professor, and allowed me to put my laboratory, my patients into national clinical trials. Then, as they became recognised, delivering that internationally, then being engaged in national health policy, supporting Tony Blair when he was Prime Minister, Gordon Brown as Prime Minister, and David Cameron. And again, it comes because one has the respect of colleagues and frontline clinical staff. I am one of them, one of us, we would say. And that platform of credibility allows us to establish strong links with the policymakers, and similarly so working globally. And we've talked, the thematic running through this fantastic Congress has been the fact that we're all members of a global community, and we've never been more interconnected as we are here, and as we show in this slide. I do a lot of work still with colleagues looking at the genetics of susceptibility to cancer, and the deeper we dive into each of our DNA, the more we recognise and understand how similar we are. There are some important differences that we can exploit and make use of, but the more we learn, the more we understand, the more similar we are, and also allows us to understand where the first bath of birth was. I'd like you all to read this just for a wee moment. Again, we're a global community, and this small statement here exemplifies it beautifully. So I'll give you a second to read it. A sextillion is 10 raised to the power of 21. So it's 1 trillion billion atoms. That's what a sextillion is, 10 to the power of 21. Think about the connectedness of that genetically, we're no further removed than a 50th cousin. We talk about ourselves as brothers and sisters, and there's truth in that. And think about the ceaseless movement of the Earth's winds, so that each of us exchange through atoms of oxygen. We have intimate connections with everybody within a year. It's extraordinary when you think about it. So hang on to that thought about our global connectedness. I haven't lived through all of these healthcare revolutions. Ahmed El-Zazouai spoke beautifully about this yesterday. The first healthcare revolution enacted in the North and the West was public health. It was as understanding the basis of disease and how, by taking measures to control purity of drinking water, delivery of sewage and so on, that this made an extraordinary difference to the health of the population. And isn't it extraordinary that almost 200 years later, we're still struggling with these same public health problems in many areas of the world. The second healthcare revolution that I have lived through is the application of knowledge. We would call it precision cancer medicine in the modern day, trying to apply the right treatment to the right patient, the right drug at the right stage in their disease, the 4 Rs, if you like. So the application of knowledge, genetic and otherwise, has propelled us through the 20th century. But I think that going into this new century, being well into this new century, I think if we look at yourselves, the young leaders of tomorrow, then I think it's driven by equity, a desire to deliver equity, equitable access to universal healthcare, how we implement and drive forward the science, the medical advances that we make so that they benefit all, and driving knowledge into action. And I think that's where we together will be part of what we call the third healthcare revolution. So that's my accidental tourism, if you like. So that's how I, as a young cancer doctor. Interestingly, my sort of friendship in Africa came from the Gambia. So we were doing a lot of work on gene therapy. This is more than 20 years, goodness, more than 20 years ago. So we were one of the first groups in the world to start to modify adenoviruses to treat cancer. We had a particular construct that I thought would be useful for treatment of hepatocellular cancer. We don't see a lot of that at that stage as a young professor in Birmingham before I'd moved to Oxford. And I was encouraged by our National Institute of Health to visit a UK research centre in the Gambia because they had a particular interest in hepatocellular cancer. And outside of South Africa, that was my first visit to an African nation. And we have a fantastic clinical research centre there, and we managed to set up a research. But I was also invited by the West African College of Physicians to go to Sierra Leone to lecture, to meet graduates of the medical school, to meet the then president. And of course, Sierra Leone had been recovering from its own civil war, and it opened my eyes to how fragile the healthcare system was, how dependent it was on a very small number of physicians, surgeons, all the infrastructure that I took for granted didn't exist at all. And I think that was a wake-up call for me, and working with my many African friends to get more involved with some of the wonderful people that I've been speaking to already and who are gathered around the table today. So some of these moments of epiphany, a eureka moment, and that was mine, going from the Gambia to Sierra Leone, and just seeing what wonderful people were doing such wonderful work with such limited resources, indefatigable, and it's about learning a lot. And another theme of this meeting has been bidirectionality. And this is about learning from each other. All the work that I do in getting my own National Health Service in the UK to engage with the work that we're doing, it's in Sub-Saharan Africa, in rural India, is the benefits and the learning that there is for us in working with tireless, bright, indefatigable colleagues from these lower income countries who just never take no for an answer, and who are finding, fantastic problem solving. They just never say no in terms of how things move forward. So one of the things that's important to you is I told you that you have to establish yourselves as proper docs, and that gives you a credible platform for being ambassadors in the global health setting. And part of that is publishing, is being involved in research at as early a stage as your career allows. And of course, the fruits of that research are we earn grants, we publish our information, and we disseminate knowledge that we hope will eventually become wisdom. So let me talk a wee bit about that. because as Elsie said, I've been editor of a couple of journals, and it does give you a very sharp view as to how to go about it. Edison Rennie was a very, very famous senior editor of JAMA and the New England Journal of Medicine. He was one of the great experts on peer review in the medical literature. And again, if you read this cynical but widely believed statement, in some ways it's heartbreaking, that no matter what you've got, somewhere there will be a journal that will accept your work. That's the very lowest common denominator. We would call it the journal of, well, fancy that. You say, I've just discovered something. Somebody says, well, fancy that. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. And what we need to do is to be able to take our work and to move it forward elsewhere. Remember that journals are for medicine, not the other way around. And the late, great Doug Altman worked with me in Oxford. Doug is the most highly cited medical statistician in the world. A great, great, great friend, ultimately a patient. And he shows that point of convergence between editors and authors should have the same goals, advancing scientific understanding and improving the treatment and prevention of disease. Not publishing for publishing's sake, but doing it in a way that you think adds value. What's important? We know that ethics are important. And again, there's been some great work going on transnationally in sub-Saharan Africa in strengthening the ethical background to research that goes on there. I like using international standards when we're reporting data, whether it comes from Oxford, whether it comes from Harvard, from Delhi, from Accra. We're using the same standards, therefore we speak the same language. We need to understand quantitative methods. Of course, we engage with professional statisticians, but good statistics will never make up for bad science. So involving statisticians at the beginning when you're designing studies and trials is terribly important. There's no statistician at the end who will take a jumble of crap data and turn it into something golden. The world just doesn't work that way. And this should be true of you all around your chosen topic of research. Read as much as you can, but write as little as possible. So we need to learn the skill, it's a real skill, of writing in a very compact way. Ethical considerations. Don't withhold negative results. This has been one of the criticisms of the pharma industry, sometimes unfair, sometimes fair, that negative results are withheld or buried or never published. Whether the trial is positive or negative, it adds value to global knowledge. And the responsibility that we have to colleagues, but above all to the patients who volunteer to take part in our trials, is terribly important. Only publish when you've got all the patient data. I'm not a great one for doing interim analyses. They can be pre-specified, they can be statistical, they can be important, in terms of determining whether the trial should continue or not. But in terms of publication, make sure that you've got all the necessary data before you rush to submit it to a journal. Sub-studies is a whole separate discussion that we can have about what we call post hoc theories. So you collect your data, you've got a primary idea or hypothesis, you come to analyze the data, and the primary hypothesis hasn't worked. But look, the statistician has shown people who've got big toes which are greater than 6 inches do remarkably well with this drug. So if we're precision medicine, let's get everybody who's got a large toe longer than 6 inches and treat them with the drug. Those sorts of post hoc analyses are statistically really unstable. We should always report possible conflicts of interest. Recently, the downfall of many a great clinical scientist, and it's not, you know that the outside world, the fourth estate, the press, are suspicious of the relationships that we have as clinical scientific researchers with industry. And therefore, that's why we need to report our conflicts of interest. And these are just things which, at least once, all of us should have led through. We always make the statement that the study was according to the principles of the Declaration of Helsinki and all the rest of it, but read them at least once, because they really do count. And remember, a lot of the ethical framework after the Second World War came out of the Nuremberg trials and the awfulness of the Holocaust. So the sort of basis of a lot of this work is historically very strong and important that we know what we're doing. I said this already. We don't need to understand Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, and it's a bit like saying, you know, for every paper that we write, there's a destination journal for it. For every data set that we've got, there will undoubtedly be a bizarre statistical test which will reach a p-value of 0.05, the holy grail for all young clinical scientists. If ever there was to be a statistical god or an altar that we worshipped at, it would be a p-value of 0.05. And I think that rather overstates the case. So understand the basis of statistics, understand the basis of power calculations and so on, so that we're not bamboozled by the statisticians, and don't, when all other tests fail, say, I'm going to find the Kerr-Negua test, because that will undoubtedly turn my data into something that really, really works. Okay. Reporting clinical data, if it's a clinical study, it's very simple. It's who, what, when, where, how, and why. How do we go about it in this way? Now, as we're working with our colleagues in Africa, we know that data collection is difficult. We understand that. We know that how we're going to conduct trials in the future is going to be driven much more often by electronic patient records, by telemedicine, than the paper collections that we've depended on in the past. So there will be a huge movement here, and I think Africa very well positioned to undertake it. I'm talking to you this morning from my kitchen in the Cotswolds of England, and there is better mobile phone connectivity in Rwanda than there is in England. And we must use these sorts of African angles to improve how we collect data and how we simplify and deliver our trials. Again, an area that Africa can lead in. Final thoughts on data reporting. Again, it's keep things short, terse, and to the point. There's nothing more annoying to an editor than papers that go on and on and on and on, with padding out with unnecessary data that adds no value. Resist the temptation to include data just because you've got it. If it's something that's regarded, that's universally accepted, you don't need to do another multivariate analysis of performance status, that sort of thing. Don't inflate statistically insignificant differences. I hate people saying there was a trend towards statistical significance. It's just capture that noise and make sure that the data gives additional insights in terms of how it looks forward. This is another thing that another thing that really bugs me. When we were building Annals of Oncology, so Annals of Oncology, it's a wonderful story. So Annals of Oncology is the official journal of ESMO. I used to be the president of ESMO. And so I inherited Annals of Oncology from the great Franco Cavalli. He established this journal. We had an impact factor of 2. And we were being whopped by the Journal of Clinical Oncology. It was miles in front of us. And it was very clear that people would always take their work to the Journal of Clinical Oncology, it would get rejected, and they would then submit it to Annals, but they were too lazy to change the style from GCO to Annals. And as I say, this happened all the time, and if I got that, I put it straight into the bin, I wouldn't even read it. I think it was so lazily arrogant, I just post it into the dustbin immediately. So look at the recent issue of the journal, look at the instructions to authors, and just shape your shape your article appropriately. Annals was interesting. So when I first inherited Annals, impact factor of 2, maybe even 1.5. In those days, this is a paper journal. Now this is 20. It was ages ago, 20 years ago. I can't remember. A long time ago. It was a paper journal, and in those days we had a commitment to our publisher, which was Elsevier, to say that every month we would fill the journal with 150 pages, something like that. And in those days, the quality of the work coming through was so poor, I sometimes had to delay publication of the journal because we didn't have enough work coming through. And in those days, a rejection rate, I promise you not, was 50%. So you submit to Annals, you've got a 1 in 2 chance of getting your journal submitted. Now the rejection rate's 95% because the journal has grown now to have an impact factor of 30. We're snapping at the heels of JCO and Lancet Oncology. And just by, as ESMO grew, as our scientific credibility grew, as we were getting more and more practice-breaking work, presentations coming from ASCO to ESMO, the journal grew with that as we grew the society. And so an interesting story about how you can actually grow. I think Annals is now probably a top 5 cancer journal, there or thereabouts, which is a fantastic, story as to how we build it and move it forward. English, I wouldn't worry about that too much. Any decent, proper journal will help to edit language down and so on. So do the very best that you can. English isn't a problem around this table that we have just now, but sometimes when we have colleagues who are publishing from Eastern Asia, language can be complicated. So yeah, don't worry about that too much. George Orwell, one of our great writers, actually. He had rules about writing anyway. This is him looking at politics, philosophy, and use of the English language. And these are just rules that should apply to us all in all the writing that we do, which is good. His final point is a sort of gentle and thoughtful one. Break any of these rules sooner than saying anything which is outright barbarous. There's something there about being kind and sort of somewhat gentle in print, for as long as one can be possible. So the final word would be saying that the best preparation for a successful journal submission is doing good research. It's always the case that good science, good preparation, good presentation of that will get you into the very best journals. Reasons for rejection, and all of us go through this all the time. Even the goodest and greatest have their papers turned down regularly. Now there are some people at such a level that they wouldn't expect to be publishing in anything other than New England, Lancet, Nature Medicine, all these sorts of things. But there are relatively few people that get to that elevated status. And the reasons for rejection are manifold and are shown here. And it should require each of us to reflect. If something's rejected, don't get angry and huffy, but look objectively at the feedback that you get. Now, a lot of publications are rejected without review, a lot of proposed papers, and I'm as guilty as that of anyone. I have a quick scan, and if I think it's not worth the time, the effort wasted by the journal, wasting the time of the authors who presented it, I'll reject it without review. But if you get review, then study the work that can study the reasons for rejection and amend and improve the thing that you've done. If you sort of get feedback from referees, you think, well, why was this rejected? One referee is giving me glowingly positive responses. The other referee was horrible and negative. And it's just a question of thinking that making a decision as a journal editor, it's not about arithmetic. It's not 2 good reviews outweigh 1 bad one. The two good reviews could be very superficial, and the bad review could be the one that's done with such diligence and detail that that's the one that carries the day. Again, this is you being objective. A negative referee isn't always wrong. Take on board that which is said and look at it as objectively as you can. The final decision rests with me, not with the referees. They're there to advise, not to make the final decision. And there's no editor on earth who wants to reject good papers. Yeah, so if you think about the sort of editors under a variety of different pressures, editing the journal is a mission in quality control. Referees can help, there's no question about that, but don't have the final say so. But as authors, you can help and make a big difference too. The final decision about pushing the button, accept with modification or whatever, is the editors and people like me, my friend Dan Haller, Gilberto Lopez, who's editing Journal of Global Oncology, wouldn't do it if we didn't enjoy it. So listen, so thanks for listening. And I hope that helps a little in giving some insight into the decision-making around the sorts of work that oldsters like me do. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Professor Kerr, for this insightful message. So before I open it to like some of the questions from the audience, I have one question to ask you. You were saying in earlier career stages for people who want to be involved in global health, what you have to do first is to establish your credibility, and then you can go forward. But during the early stages of our career, we are probably trainees in labs, and publication is an output of the only way you can be recognized is through publication. Sometimes we're involved in research that doesn't necessarily give us 2 or 3 or 4 publications in a year. For people who are in this kind of space and would like to be still established and publish and kind of get through to this, what would you advise for people in that scenario?
But you said it very well yourself, Elsie. So I mean, so for me, as a young doctor, it was being clinically credible. So was I safe? Was I delivering reasonable quality care? Was I accepted by my peers as being clinically capable and safe? With the research work that I did, working with, I was very lucky with excellent mentors who helped support me with good ideas. Then that allowed me to publish, to make presentations, to move forward. And again, to be very honest, I made a career at a time in the 1980s when it was less competitive. At that stage in the United Kingdom, there were 20 medical oncologists. We're a very small number, a small brand of brothers and sisters who supported each other. And because we were so relatively rare, it was easier for us to build grants, build research groups. Much, much harder in the modern world for yourselves to cut through and so on in that way. But when I say you've got to be credible, that doesn't mean publishing 4 papers in the New England Journal and Lancet every year and so on. Far from it. It's about passing your board exams. It's about being accepted by your peers as somebody that they would be prepared to refer patients to. It's being supported by your elders and mentors who say these are good people who have a career trajectory which is heading up the way, and publishing when and if possible, when the story makes sense and when you have enough data to make a compelling story. So it's that level of credibility. It's not aiming for the sort of high stars and so on. And credible is that level of credibility. I think what we wouldn't want is, you've just come out of prison, you just shot your next door neighbor, you've been sort of caught in the back shooting up here, that's not credible. So I'm not saying levels of credibility here, but levels of credibility that we would accept rather than set the barrier too high. As you get older though, the barrier becomes higher, so you need to be prepared for that.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor Kerr. There was a similar question, or growing from that one, from Kotrish, asking about opportunities for those who are non-students, and I would even add those who are non-scientists or non-medical professionals. We encourage work from diverse backgrounds in global health. Are there still opportunities for such people to be involved in research and publication?
There are. I mean, there's room for us all, and not all of us are built or born or indeed want to be research leaders. Very, very far from it. So there are all sorts of different ways that we can support each other. But another way that again that I found was through volunteerism. So I had my day job, my main career, doing all that sort of stuff. But I sort of volunteered with a host of different charities and societies and foundations that again put me in touch with some wonderful people, tireless, hard workers that made a difference. And that gave me the insight as to how we could set up our own foundations and charities ourselves. So I think that sort of sense, and you know this very well, Lydia, from your own experience and from the youngsters that you work with, I think volunteerism works really, really well. Volunteerism, apprenticeship, that seems an old-fashioned term these days, but working with people that you feel that you can learn from, can spend time with, makes a huge difference too, I would say.
Thank you, thank you. Any more questions? Please do go ahead and put them in the chat for us. Elsie, did you have another?
Yes, so there's another question, Professor Kerr, about what were the greatest challenges that you faced in your career?
Oh, none whatsoever. It was plain sailing. It was uphill all the way. No way. So interesting challenges, sometimes difficult ones, damage. So in the early days, I was a phase 1 clinical trialist. So this is taking new drugs, chemicals from the laboratory bench to the patient bedside. So these are chemicals that patients had never been exposed to them before. So that's an ethically complex experiment to do. And the purpose for a phase 1 trial is to determine the maximum tolerated dose. So what you do is you build the dose of the drug up in cohorts of groups of 3 patients until you get dose-limiting side effects, until you damage or poison a patient. And these are scientifically terribly important because this is the first step a drug takes in its development pathway. But the end point is damaging patients, inducing toxicity, so that you can work out the safe dose to take on to phase 2, phase 3 trials. And so here I am now, and I still remember the small handful of patients who died directly as a result of the treatment that we gave. Now, these were patients who volunteered. They were patients who had end-stage refractory cancer. They had a couple of months of life only. I had explained as fully as I could with informed consent, but I've never forgotten them, never, never. And therefore, I think sometimes, so here we are, this isn't a psychotherapy session for me, but there are challenges sometimes in experimental design in the way that we bring drugs and to move them forward and so on. And people like me have spent part of their careers looking for better endpoints, looking for more signs, bringing in biomarkers, all that sort of clever stuff. But it's really been difficult to get away from the fact that in those phase 1 trials, we are poisoning patients. And that was difficult, obviously still is.
Thank you, Professor Kerr, for sharing. We are hoping that you'll stay on a few more minutes so that you can join in our panel, and we will try to get to the other questions in the chat, and you could also respond to those. We'd like to take a few minutes to share now a video from another champion in engaging young people in the field of global health, and that is Professor Ahmed El-Zawawi, who's joining us from Egypt. But we'll have a video from him, And this will help inform our young people about opportunities for them in this space.
Hello everyone, today is 13 November 2021. We are broadcasting from Johns Hopkins University, Washington, D.C., USA. And I am recording here from Port Said, Egypt. I am Ahmed El-Zawawi, and really I am very glad to be among you today, particularly for this session for the young catalyst and their contributions, important contribution now, but will wait a lot of you. You are important component of the present and the leaders of the future. Let me introduce myself to you. I am chair of a Global Health Catalyst Win-Win Initiative. I am WICEDOC, because if you have access to this, you'll have many information about many other things. ICEDOC.org and .NET also. I am a chair of board of directors of Global Oncology University, the GOU, past president of our Tech African Organization for Research and Training. Locally here, I am professor of clinical oncology and nuclear medicine in Suez Canal University, Ismailia, Egypt, and chairman of Al Suleiman Foundation and Clinical Oncology Center in Port Said, Egypt. I have no conflict of interest. Always we repeat this, and we repeat this in the Win-Win movement. Global Health Chair or president or director doesn't mean he or she is the most knowledgeable or the most skillful or the most important, or he or she claim the credit, but he or she coordinate and serve in arranging and facilitating the distinguished experts and personalities and the seniors and on achieving our common goal of the movement. That is to say, increase affordability of better value cancer care in the world for the underserved patient in the world, regardless of their nationality, color, religion, ideology, for all human beings who needs. The credit is for the doers of any positive action that serve the common objective. Young Catalyst, win-win collaboration. We count count much on you in facilitating, in coordinating, in helping to achieve this to confront this big challenge of the lack of for millions of cancer patients in the world. Who are these patients? They are us, are human beings. They are us, our human or families. So, in the two wings, as you know, of the win-win for avenues and for approaches to increase affordability of better value cancer care within win-win scenarios that and consider the interest of scientific work, unlimited fields of research, unlimited fields of studies that should be tailored to the real conditions of different communities, not taking it as such as coming from guidelines and that may not fit the local patients and their expectation and their needs for proper quality of life. That is why we are one of the value of collaboration, partnership, and catalyst action to empower realization of the Wilfred Negwa, Director of Global Health Catalyst. He's now based in Johns Hopkins University, as you know, and he's working enormously with the leaders, with all of us, and the faculty for the development of the Global Oncology University. I stress today on some points because I know that some points. So I stress in the Global Oncology University, every effort should be done to prepare the future, and not only for the present, not the present information and knowledge, but how to search to improve things in the near future and to search for scientific solution for cancer patients in their community. Hence, they will contribute more in publication and progress of science by searching solutions for their problems, innovations in such fields, This will be beneficial for underserved patients, but for all the world, even in the most rich countries. And this is the base of the win-win publications movement. Yesterday, you may listen to Professor Eduardo Gazab about the publication movement. You listen to Professor David Kerr about for clinical trials, and the courses that he led for clinical trials in Global Oncology University. Global Oncology University, till now we had courses in medical physics, in clinical trials, in surgical oncology led by Professor Ricardo Odisio, Society of Surgical Oncology and Editor-in-Chief of the European Journal of Surgical Oncology, a course in clinical oncology and global oncology. And we are going on. Our aim is not just courses or certificates online, and to arrange also training in some sites. Moreover, the web itself, or the sites of global to the whole world, we, besides our courses, our certificates, our approaches, will be links to any possible activities in education in the world, regardless who will do it, from Germany, from UK, from universities in USA, all institutes. There are many dispersed courses, but if you will visit, this is our plan now, if you will visit this of about many chances, opportunities for education, many chances for research, many chances for grants. So it is global, because our concept always is that we are not in competition with any, we are not competing with any, we are not replacing any. We belongs to all, a forum for all, and we apply this in the Global Oncology University. That is for all the generations, new generations of all over the world. About the win-win publication movement, maybe this was a session and chapter of our new book, Approaching Global Oncology, the win-win model. You will find saving total cost of treatment without experiences coming from different countries. Global approaches. Is about that resulted in that, as you maybe know now, or maybe you will know. For example, e-cancer publication changed its and for authors from low and middle income countries, and other journal is following. Some are now thinking about helping, how to help to improve if the program can improve. So maybe more priority and more emphasis on particularly the younger researcher from low middle income countries and underserved region and young generations. To listen to them, you are, as I say, an important component of the present and leader. You are the leader of the near future. This is my emails and information in websites, and please be in contact with me and with all colleagues in a Catalyst Win-Win Movement, and colleagues in Global Oncology University. And I tell you, as I say always, going forward, hand in hand, and going forward, heart with heart, brain with brain. And thank you all. We wish you the best for the young Catalyst. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Professor Ahmed. You know, you are always the one who reminds us, who blows on those coals and gets them burning again when we start feeling like we might be getting tired, because your enthusiasm and energy is so contagious. And, you know, I'm really glad that especially our up and coming global health catalysts can hear and be aware of the contributions that you continue to make and the space that you continue to create for their involvement. So we're going to continue, as Professor El-Zawawi mentioned, that we go hand in hand. And part of that is involving people with diverse backgrounds, diverse experiences in the space of global health. And so we'd like to invite members of our panel, and they'll give us some insights from different backgrounds, and we'll also have opportunity to ask questions of them. So this morning we have Professor Kerr, who already presented for us with his years and years of experience in so many fields, especially in research and clinical practice. And we have Dr. Chinwendu Eniowa, who is a mathematical modeling research and computer scientist at the University of Central Florida. We have Katrish Wright, who works with psychological services at the Florida State University. And we have Gianni Bermudez calling in from Aruba, and she currently works as a protections assistant with the United Nations Refugee Agency. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Hi, thank you to all the panelists for joining us. We would just start by you sharing a bit of what are your current interests and how you're involved in global health, so that other young people on the listening to this would know what you do and how they can be inspired by those things. Thank you. Let's start with you, Dr. Chinedu.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and share. Obviously, with a background in mathematics and electrical engineering, one feels that the tools and techniques we use may not be as directly applicable. Right now, what I do in relation to global health is trying to understand the tension between two key things. Like in this COVID-19 outbreak, we've seen that there is one side pushing more towards taking what one might consider public health measures to contain the outbreak, and there are other voices that are focusing on the economic consequences of taking extreme measures. So I know there's a lot of work going on epidemic modeling, determining control strategies, characterizing and visualizing them. But I'm particularly interested now in that tension, finding the right models to describe the tension between taking what some, again, might consider extreme measures, and then looking at the consequences, particularly economic consequences of those extreme measures. And the overarching goal is just to begin a conversation, perhaps between two federal agencies in the US, the FAA, for example, and the CDC. I mean, I think those are two prime examples of organizations that might be on opposing ends of such a discussion. So I'll stop there. I'm sure questions will circle around and come back somehow.
Okay, let's move to Ms. Wright. Thank you.
Yeah, so as a mental health, provider, as well as a fitness trainer, the health aspect around the world, and especially with COVID-19 being present, working with so many different people who are either experiencing health conditions or just in this past year have realized the significance of maintaining mental health. I would say that's the way I'm connected to the global health aspect of it. But additionally, I work as a volunteer, serve as a volunteer with the GHC as a team lead for peer engagement. So across the board, just helping people understand that, one, our mental health can show up physically, but then also physical symptoms can show up mentally. So helping us to understand it's not just, across the world that we're seeing these concerns. It's right there in our backyard. It's right there where we're staring in the mirror every day. So I would say that's how I'm connected. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Gianni Bermudez.
Yes, so in my case, in my current job, I'm connected to global health in a sense. We advocate for access to healthcare for refugee and migrants on Aruba and Curacao. We are in those islands because of the Venezuelan crisis, and many of the refugees and migrants do not have or very limited access to healthcare system in both islands. So we are advocating for that, and also we provide health programs that provide some assistance. And like Katrish mentioned about mental health, it's also become very prominent. And again, refugees and migrants do come from many circumstances that create trauma. It's either in their country of origin and during their flight. So we also put a lot of emphasis on that. And that's what mainly we focus on, is to integrate the community in the local health system, since we do not have a camp setting. We have more urban setting, and also provide assistance in areas that there's some gaps and needs.
And then back to you, Professor Kerr. I know we've had a lot from you, but maybe a few sentences. You're on mute.
For me, it's about collectivism, how connected we are, and about equity of access to healthcare. I see in my own country that we're all living better, but the gap between rich and poor becomes wider. That's enormously magnified when we compare north with south, east with west, high with low, with middle income countries. And I think seeing what we can do to support the UN's push for universal healthcare, and within that, as a cancer lobbyist, for cancer control to be a part of that global drive towards equitable healthcare, is what motivates me.
Great, thank you so much. And now if you could briefly mention what inspired you or pivoted you to include global health in your work, either a life event or an inspiration. We'll start this time with you, Kotrish.
I would say being diagnosed with thyroid cancer at the age of 21 is something that took my interest in health to a different level. My mom was a certified nurse assistant growing up, but then also worked in central supply in a nursing home. So I was exposed to health a lot growing up, and the understanding of like taking care of yourself and doing annual checkups and things of that nature, which is how I even detected that there was a concern. But then having that personal story to attach to like what I saw growing up definitely geared my interest more towards global health.
Thank you. And you, Gianni?
So for me, I've always been passionate about medicine and helping people in health. So I grew up with a passion, not sure where it got from, but it got amplified by volunteering with Global Health Corps, doing some research projects. So that really gave me more interest, more passion. But also, like Kotrish was mentioning, I also was encountered with a more personal story that makes me much more an advocate for health and be more involved. In a sense, I was a migrant in a country. I see the same challenges as you, access to healthcare, and also I was a person who had a mental illness in the past. So I see the effects it has on you, both physically and also your circumstance of living, like your socioeconomic situation, where you grew up, culture, how much impact it has on you. And me experience all that as a migrant in a country. That gives me a lot of much more passion, much more understanding, which helps me now in my job, where I can understand refugee and migrant who comes from a different country, where the whole life changes, and some of them do come with mental illness or develop one, or they come with some chronic illness, and they need to get adapted to the new system of the country, accepted, and you have to deal with other challenges that you do in your new country. So that got me interested, and that keeps me going.
Thank you so much. Dr. Enyoa? How does a mathematician end up in healthcare?
That's a good question. So several years ago, my doctoral advisor asked a question. He's like, can we say something? And when I mean say something, I mean establish rigorous mathematical theorems on network security. The question was, how can we say or guarantee that a network is secure? And that got us into looking at typical computer type networks that get infected with viruses and spread, and what we call cyber physical systems, right? So think of sensors, a network of sensors operating in an unknown or unfamiliar environment, needing to cooperate and accomplish some task. Well, if one of them gets compromised, what does that say about the mission? So this turned out to be a very difficult problem. But in exploring that, we were inspired by how groups of bacteria protect themselves and react when we take antibiotics, right? So you take an antibiotic and you're supposed to take it for an extended period of time, in part because once the bacteria cells like detect the presence of something against them, their technique is to hibernate and slow down activity until that antibiotic wanes away. Part of why our physicians tell us to take this for a given amount of time, right? So I think we're inspired by that. Instead of looking at how we can use those bio-inspired type strategies in modeling network, general network dynamics, and looking at how to protect them. Obviously, that went into looking at just the spreading phenomena, not just in the context of epidemics, but another maybe more interesting example is marketing. You have limited advertising budgets. How do you seed your initial advertising capital on a network to flood the network? You know, a little bit of an opposite concept to epidemic outbreaks that you want to control. And that was several years ago. And obviously the last couple of years have got me back into asking what new interesting questions could be. And I think this time around I was motivated by the public discourse on two sides of the epidemic. You know, we can't shut down, you know, blue or red. We need to shut down blue or red. Well, can we say something about that interaction? So that's what I do right now.
Wow, thank you so much. And thank you for validating my daily mandate and announcements to students and mentees that anyone can be involved in global health. So Professor Kerr, we know you've been doing this for a while, and I'd modify a bit to ask you what keeps you going in your interest in global health?
That's interesting. I was thinking, I was preparing, listening to the fantastic responses of my colleagues. I was thinking harder about the original inspiration. I'll tell you when it was. So I told you I went to the Gambia. I was seeking a collaboration with a gene therapy we had for liver cancer, very technical. And our medical research council had a hospital which also functioned as a district hospital for the people of the Gambia. So I volunteered to do clinics. Now remember, I'm a highly trained cancer doctor, and I've forgotten all of general medicine, cancer. And my 15-year-old daughter was with me. And the first patient we saw was a 6-month-old baby that had to be resuscitated. Now, this is the last time in medicine that my hands were trembling with fear when we resuscitated, eventually successfully, this wee tiny baby. It was a wonderful moment, and it was my daughter, who was 15, who said, "You must do more." So that's what sort of inspired me all those years ago. Quite interesting. I'd forgotten about that. Good old Fiona. What keeps me engaged? Just the sort of friendship of colleagues around the table. All of us support each other, and with drive, with ambition. You cannot work with Lydia, with Will, with Ahmed, and not be engaged and dragged in and nagged and cajoled and enticed and energized by the work that they do. So once you're in the gang, you can't escape. You just can't.
That's right. We have some force fields keeping us connected for life.
Okay. I'll just start giving some questions from the audience, since we have a couple of them. This is for Professor Kerr. You said mentorship was a good thing. Or do you have any tips of finding good mentors?
Perhaps that's something that we should address internationally. As you heard from Ahmed Al-Zawi, we do have this virtual cancer university. We've gathered some wonderful experts through the Global Health Catalyst, and perhaps we should think about a mentoring system under the umbrella of the group that's gathered today. So, for example, I sort of mentor through Journal of Global Oncology about a dozen young medical oncologists scattered all over the world. And the mentorship thing, it doesn't mean that we're emailing each other 43 times a day and so on, but perhaps creating, why don't we think about that as to how we might, as an action from this meeting, create a system of mentorship using the brilliant network that Will has set up.
Great. Another question from participants, from Danny, is asking Kotrish and Gianni, how long did you volunteer or continue to volunteer in global health? And I would add to that, what benefits have you seen in volunteering?
I can go first. I believe I am coming up on my 10th year, if I'm not mistaken. So I started out during undergrad, and what continues, I think I'd have to go with what Dr. Kerr said. Like, it's the connection, it's the inspiration, it's being in a room with like-minded people, being able to bounce ideas off of, being able to share new ideas, innovative ideas, and having a spark in your mind that just takes off is definitely what keeps me connected. You can see change that's happening here. You don't have to guess. You don't have to only read a publication from someone that you're unfamiliar with, but you can be in the room with those people. And so I would say that's what keeps me inspired.
Thanks, Gianni.
So for me, I volunteered in global health for 5 years. So what keeps me going is, besides for me, it's my passions, my life purpose. Also, like the impact how it has on you, and especially in my education, public health is everything. So it's not necessarily a particular disease or a health condition. It's how you live, where you live, with whom you live, external influence, culture, community, everything. So for me, that keeps me going because it has a big impact on health and well-being of a person. And also, to answer your question, yeah, about the benefits of volunteering. So for me, the benefits was that besides I've met people from all over the places with different background expertise, which contributed to the person I am today, with the knowledge I'm using in UNHCR. Also helped me develop skills I'm using right now in my current position. But also for me, it was my discovery of what I really want to do. That's where I discovered my life purpose. And so from there on, since that volunteering, everything fell into place. So it was like, well, it was not linear. It was like up and downs, but everything fell into place. Yeah.
Yes, and I think what you say, it's not linear. The point of asking some of these questions is we all have such diverse paths that have brought us here, and they are all relevant. And I would just say that just show up. If you're interested, something sparks your interest, just show up. Gianni showed up at an event that we had locally in Orlando as an undergraduate student, just because she was curious about different cultures. And next thing I know, she's volunteering, doing an internship at WHO and doing all kinds of things, piloting our epilepsy research for our group project. So you start by just showing up. And so all of you who are here today, this could be the milestone in your journey that helps define your path. I think we have time for one more question, Elsie.
Yes, so for the questions, we would answer some of the questions at the end, but for one more now, Juliana is asking, how can we go about promoting global health without compromising the individual needs of patients? I guess I can direct that to Dr. Kerr.
No, they're not. They're coterminate, they're convergent. So everything that we do in terms of trying to order global public health has at its core, at its center, individual patients. That's what we talked about, our pyramid of amplified good and so on. And it's about our amplified good being brought to bear ultimately in individuals, because who else could there be that we would want to serve or make better? Now, if we can move politicians, if we can make decisions at population level, we want those to come down to disseminate and to benefit individuals. So everything are about the cancer patients, their families that we serve, that wide community.
Great, thank you. There are more questions in the chat. We would ask our panelists to please scan through those, provide some feedback, and then they can also provide their email addresses. I know I see one that, I don't know if Dr. Chinadu will be able to answer that one in a few words about mathematical modeling. So
what's the question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
maybe we ask you. So from Binsila, he's asking, what about mathematical modeling in scenarios of constantly changing parametric and population dynamics? Like that's the gist of it.
So real briefly on that, I'll just give a big picture of what the journey has been like for models in this space. There is the very popularly used population models, right? And that's what I guess I can say the CDC uses in making public health suggestions or guidelines. They look at how parameters of an infection might be evolving in blocks. So the US is split into 50 states and so many counties. They look at aggregated data, which obviously changes. But if we want to go one step below that, we may look at individuals or clusters who are unique. My propensity to an infection might be different from Cotrish's, or might be different from David's, right? We look at how individuals, their immune system, other factors affect how vulnerable they are and how likely they are to recover, and then use that to build these aggregate models, as opposed to just looking at, the aggregated data. If these parameters are changing, for example, a woman is pregnant or someone is immunocompromised, that affects how these parameters change. And yes, it is possible, and there are models that capture some of these randomly or stochastic type evolutions in epidemic models. So they are existing. There's a lot of work going on in this area, and yes, they exist.
Thank you, thank you. Please do continue to respond to the questions in the chat, all four of you. We so appreciate your time. And for those who would like an example of what this mathematical modeling can do, you'll get a chance to see some of that in just a few minutes. We do have a poll that is open. Kindly respond to that before we close it in a few minutes. We encourage research and data collection and ways to improve our engagement. And so this is an example of that. And by participating, you are contributing to global health. So please complete that poll for us. And Elsie, would you please help us transition?
Thank you to everyone at this panel. We will then transition to our junior catalyst presentations, and we refer to high school students as our junior catalysts and are grateful for programs and people who make space for young students like Professor Chinedu, and programs that encourage experimental learning like Libertas Scholars. And so we welcome just named Lydia, Priscilla, Yuri, and Dr. Chinedu to our next panel, and we look forward to hearing from you. Great. So we will start with you, Lydia.
All right, and I think it's a team presentation. So one of you will share your slides and then your team will present. And
Yes.
Immediately after that, Augustine, you will be up.
Uriel, can you get our slides up, please? Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna, this is a session for the young catalysts and students. And yes, I am young, but I will say just a couple of things and get out of the way for the students to share. I had a couple of high school students reach out. I'm interested in some kind of summer research, and my primary research spans what we call cyber physical systems, looking at dynamics of team behavior, like robots, typically applied to whatever the Department of Defense does, even though we focus on the fundamental aspects. Can you go to the next slide, please? So one slide behind, yeah. So typically we're looking at decision making in complex environments, and that involves gathering good data, aggregating data, making sense of the data, and then trying to make decisions. That's where the whole autonomous driving is going to. So the right there is an important aspect of what we do in my research lab, looking at team behaviors. How do they get information? How can they get information in environments where you don't have all the communication infrastructure? How do we design algorithms for these behaviors and guarantee certain levels of performance? And one other aspect, which I mentioned briefly, is on the side, and that is looking at dynamic processes over networks. And when the students started with me this past summer, I introduced them to a few areas of research that we work on. I'll say two things. This was my second time working with high school students on research, and it was, in my experience, more fun than the first time, which happened up in Boston. And one of the reasons it was more fun was, as opposed to the first time where we were trying to build something and actually physically put something together, this time around, a lot of our discussions and problems were more abstract, right? More of what I do. So I had more fun with them this time, and I'll get out of the way and let them continue. Go ahead.
Hi, so Uriel, if you could flip to the next slide. My name's Lydia. I'm a senior at Timber Creek High School in Orlando, Florida. And before we jumped into like kind of the stuff we did, we wanted to share just a little bit about our experiences, just working on with Mr. Chinmandu for the first time. So for me personally, doing research and exploring all the stuff that Mr. Chinmandu talked about, it was a lot more abstract and like unstructured than stuff we'd usually done in like high school settings. So one of the really fun things that we talked about was like multi-agent systems and like robotic systems and self-driving cars and all that. And I'm like part of a robotics team in high school, but talking about like the systems behind it was a much more abstract concept than what I'm usually used to doing for like actually building robots. But it was really cool to learn about that and be able to see now both like the mechanical side and the systems computer side of it. Mathematical. So the other thing that was a little bit difficult about this though was that it was on Zoom like the entire time because it happened over the summer and like COVID was still very much a thing that prevented us from meeting. But it was still really awesome. Uriel, you want to share something?
Sure. So I am Uriel Ngwa, and I am homeschooled also in Florida. And as Lydia mentioned earlier, this was a more abstract lab experience for me, and that's something that made it actually a lot more fun. When I was first approached with this idea of doing a research lab over the summer, I thought it'd be tedious schoolwork that I would be wasting time on instead of enjoying my summer. But it actually turned out to be such a wonderful experience. I got to meet two amazing new people and learn a whole lot about different types of modeling and all the various factors that go into the construction of such models. And through this experience, I've been able to broaden my understanding of how global models on health and disease are established based upon these mathematical functions and ideas. And Priscilla, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, so this experience was definitely different from anything I've ever done. I know for Yuri and Lydia, you hadn't done a lot of abstract stuff, and I had done one project where it was like a lot of data evaluation, so that wasn't as new, but this was definitely a whole new level of difficulty, and I really enjoyed that it was like a better challenge. Yeah, and also I did that other project alone. So working with you guys was a lot different and more interesting, probably.
All right, Yuri, you want to flip to the next slide? Yeah, there we go. So like Mr. Chinmandu talked about, I think we spent the first like section of the summer just he gave us a debrief on a lot of different topics he usually does research on. So like common filters, multi-agent systems, SIR models. And then the last one, SIR models, is something we really latched onto. We started picking our kind of like focus or topic to research on towards the middle or end of the summer. And we were beginning to think a little bit more about like going back to school in light of COVID. So something that was particularly debated was like whether or not students and teachers had to go back with a mask mandate. So we decided to try and model like the contagion spread in relation to a policy decision. And then Priscilla, you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So what we ended up doing, or what we plan to do, is we are going to create a mathematical model that will give us a Boolean or yes or no response of whether a school system should have a mask mandate or not. And we base that off of several factors. Yuri?
Sure. So,
wait, I just meant next slide, sorry. But basically what we've done so far is that we've like done a lot of background research on previous models, and that has let us see, what we can improve on personally with our model. We've seen what typically goes into such models. And then after that, we started looking up data from places like Johns Hopkins and the CDC, which we plan on basing our model off of. So now we're ready to start evaluating the data and finding trends in it that will help us. Oh, and the variables we're choosing is hospital occupancy, the infection rate, and population density.
Okay, you want to talk about the next part?
Sure. So after we went over this idea for a model that we wanted to build, we decided that we wanted to start with a bit of a prototype. But as we have been researching all this data, we've been seeing all these professional models using big numbers and words, and a lot of it might have seemed overwhelmingly to younger audiences. So to differentiate our model, we decided to use it or model it inside the popular game Minecraft. So through this model, we ran this prototype of a model. We ran 4 simulations, and each one examined the effects of 2 major policy decisions of such as masking and social distancing, namely, and their effects on viral spread. Inside of this simulation, we used data from the World Health Organization and the CDC in order to guide the actual simulation and use and sort of model what's going on. So while this model does not yet necessarily reflect the viral tendencies of the novel coronavirus, it does attempt to demonstrate the effects of policy interventions on viral spread, and does this by utilizing the data on the effectiveness of such methods inside the actual simulation. During the model, a contagion was given 20 seconds to spread, and at the end of the 20 seconds, the entities that were uninfected were measured and sort of to visualize how quickly a virus can spread without any intervening measures, or just one, or with both involved. And at the end of the 20 seconds, that would sort of serve as a visual representation of the effectiveness of such measures. And under below, we have, again, sources that we used for this data. So we did 4 trials for this simulation. I'll have for the first and 4th trial, which are the 2 major ones, I will show a video for it, and then the second and third ones, I'll have images for that. But for the first trial, just a quick recap of what it was. It was to examine the effect of viral spread with no intervening factors. So it was to measure how quickly a virus would spread with no masking and no social distancing. And we have a video to represent that. Everyone can see this. Then in this simulation, we had first 100 entities were inserted into the model, and then after 20 seconds or some time for them to disperse and distribute throughout the model, we introduced the actual contagion. And this contagion would be allowed to spread throughout the simulation with uninhibited, since there were no intervening measures. And at the end of 20 seconds, we looked at how many entities remained. And as you can see, the virus spread quickly with minimal inhibitations at all. And
Yuri, we can't, are you playing the video now?
Yes,
Yeah,
can you see?
No.
We are unable to see it.
Did you share just the tab, or did you share your entire screen?
I thought I should. Let me see. All right.
And put it on presentation mode too.
All right, can you see this now?
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right,
Thank
great.
you.
So as I stated earlier, in this model, we had 100 entities that were going to be included. And after they distributed throughout the model, we introduced the contagion. And once again, as I stated, this was without any intervening factors to social distancing. The entities are closely grouped together, and no masking, meaning that the virus was not inhibited by any secondary factors. And once the virus was introduced into the model, you can see the virus spread very quickly and was not limited by any inhibiting factors. And before the 20 seconds actually ended, all entities were indeed infected, which just shows how quickly a virus can spread if no intervening methods are actually taken. So that was our first model. our first simulation. And then for the second simulation we ran, we added one intervening factor into this trial. This one examined the effects with only social distancing. So as you can see, the entities had much more space to distribute through.
Again, please make sure we can see your video.
We can see, all right. Okay, here we go. Can we see this? So in this one, the entities had much more space to distribute through. And as such, at the end of the 20 seconds, as seen in the second image, much more remained after the 20 seconds had elapsed. Many had indeed been infected, but at the end, they were roughly 25% remained uninfected. So we can go on to the third trial. This time we measured only masking and no social distancing to see how that would affect the virus's spread. And so in this first one, we see the entities at the beginning and at the end. Surprising amount remained afterwards, while many were indeed infected. Just under 50% of all entities remained uninfected, showing that just one method, masking, can indeed have a major visual representation. This is a visual representation of the effect it can have on a virus's spread. And then for the third trial, we ran one more video. One more video to show the effectiveness of both social distancing and both masking on a virus's spread. So everyone can see this.
Yes.
All right. So the entities were again just allowed to distribute in a wide area. And after some time, after they had somewhat evenly distributed throughout the model, we decided to insert the actual virus. So it goes in and we can see once it's introduced, the virus is introduced and not much happens. A few entities do indeed get infected, but it's nothing compared to the initial drastic infections that were seen in the first video. And this just goes to serve how including just one or both intervening measures can have on the effect of a virus's spread. As you can see at the end, almost all the entities remained, and as seen in this data that we have, let's see, the effects of intervening measures are drastic on reducing the spread of actual contagion. So based upon this data, we've provided a bit of a visual representation of the importance of intervening measures on viruses spread. So yeah.
Yeah, so once again, using Minecraft was kind of mostly Yuri's idea, but for like trying to reach younger audiences, especially since like it's not like high schoolers, especially like underclassmen, like read the news or anything like that. So this was just a better demonstration of like, yes, masking, yes, social distancing does help. And then once we finished creating the mathematical model, our idea was that we'd be able to use that model and simulate it in the Minecraft thing that Yuri's been showing you. And then students would be able to use like regional data that CDC and Johns Hopkins provides. Yeah, they provide regional data. So then students like around the country would be able to take that data, put it into the model and see how doing social distancing or masking would be able to affect that, like in a platform that would be engaging. So that's pretty much it.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Anioa, for creating space for students as young as high school. Thank you, Uriel, Lydia, and Priscilla for sharing with us. And I hope that all who are watching have, I'm sitting here thinking I need to up my research, but we're very grateful for your contributions. Please check the chats. There may be questions for you that you can respond to in the chat. And we would like Augustine to give us another perspective of ways that high schoolers can be exposed to this space of research in global health. Augustine?
Hello, yes, thank you. Let me share my screen. Start presenting. All right, I believe you should all be able to see it.
Yes.
All right, hello, my name is Augustine Bancalari, and I am the president of the Student Council at Libertas. And before I begin, I want to thank Dr. Asana once again for allowing this amazing opportunity to speak about Libertas at such a prestigious event. And I'll be speaking about global health and home education. Some of you may be thinking global health and home education could kind of sound like an oxymoron, right? How could a student who is educated at home have any kind of real exposure to global health issues or an education that would propel them into a STEM-related field? However, today I will talk about a homeschool program that brings subject matter experts together with curious minds to provide a rigorous academic program designed to develop hearts and minds that are ready to tackle the issues that face my generation and those to come within global health. I'm going to share with you a little about Libertas's commitment to experimental learning, the importance of cultural awareness and competencies in STEM education, and how homeschooling in Libertas facilitates this, some of the collegiate and professional experiences that we have been afforded by Libertas, and the partnerships formed by our academic advisory board, along with the educational volunteer opportunities that the partnership with the Global Health Catalyst and the HOMES program, which is Home Education Opportunities in Medicine, Engineering, and Science, have offered us. And finally, what being homeschooled with this kind of exposure has meant to me personally as I reach my final couple of years of high school. So I'll move on and talk about Libertas's commitment to the experimental learning of the sciences. Libertas focuses on STEM within a classical education model. We offer honors classes on an excelled timeline with weekly lectures and labs taught by subject matter experts who complement the material and bring life into the course with hands-on learning in a lab environment. For example, this year, my chemistry teacher, who is Mr. Mann, has a master's in biology and works for the Florida Wildlife Reserve. And every week he brings us great examples of how applicable what we're learning is to what he actually does serving the state and the wildlife reserve. The Libertas science curriculum includes physical science, biology, chemistry, physics, a food science elective, which is new this year, and anatomy and physiology. We also focus on cultivating a love of learning with unique opportunities like field trips to colleges, businesses, and activities related to what we are studying. Making science interactive, interesting, and exciting is by design and truly defines what we call the Libertas culture. However, we do not only focus on science, technology, engineering, and math because of the importance of other classes such as history, geography, and the arts, which are all critical elements to having a proper background to go into STEM fields. And next I'll talk about the exposure to cultural competencies provided by Libertas. One of the features of our education format that we value by far the most is our exposure to cultural competencies. Libertas utilizes a classical educational model because problem solving in any field, including STEM, requires critical thinking, geoliteracy, communication, and historical perspectives. A great example I like to use is throughout middle school, I took Latin, which was an amazing course. And it was a fantastic combination of almost like a computer language because of the verb conjugations and declensions, which are done in such an orderly and precise fashion, but also helps you further understand your own language in English or Spanish, and the roots of words that you can then later use in medicine and law. Additionally, learning to use the scientific method was a unique way to also use to decipher literature and really dissect works and come up with a thesis where you can then discuss those in a scientific way, but about literary devices. And we teach these vital skills through classes focused on global awareness, such as world literature, world history, cultural geography, Latin, and Spanish. And we believe that a true understanding of the great diversity around the globe can help prepare us to go into these STEM fields. Now I'll talk about some of the collegiate and professional experiences that we've had homeschooling and through Libertas. During the HOMES, which is Home Education Opportunities in Medicine, Engineering, and Science program, the students of Libertas, including myself and one of the previous students from the last talk, Uriel Nagua, volunteered at the 2019 Global Health Catalyst Summit at the Dana-Farber Cancer Research Center. And this awesome experience, we had access to sessions, speakers, and we actively participated throughout the event as we discussed relevant topics with the professionals speaking. One of my favorite memories was meeting Calvin Johnson, who is a legendary football player who's now an entrepreneur in CBD medicine, and giving it to former athletes or even current athletes who may have gotten injured to help their healing process. During this amazing experience, we had so many important discussions with professionals from all different fields, from the vice president of IBM, cancer researchers, even filmmakers documenting global health disparities across the globe, all the way to young students who were new to the medical field, giving us advice for our near future. Professionals sharing their experiences with us when they were students, interns, and young professionals really gave us a solid outline with the path that they took and how we could follow in their footsteps and prepare ourselves to go into STEM. And all of them that we interviewed actually valued an education full of love for science and worldviews, rather than just simply learning as much as possible about STEM in a short amount of time. Libertas students were also part of a pilot cohort visiting a Harvard biophysics lab and a Harvard bioengineering lab, where we learned about lab safety, met lab personnel, and really got to see the behind the scenes work of a functioning cancer research lab, which is an absolutely amazing experience that I will never forget and look forward to hopefully doing again. We also have many educational volunteer experiences through homeschooling and Libertas, including when we volunteered at the Global Health Catalyst Summit, where we served and helped speakers, and we were on our feet all day as we actively participated throughout the days that it occurred. We also got to have discussions during the Young Catalyst session that year, where we were provided with exposure to older young students who shared their experiences as students, interns, and young professionals in the field of medicine. Next, I'd like to discuss some of the possibilities that have been personally opened for me by being homeschooled. My family started homeschooling my sister and I because my dad needed to travel to Europe, specifically Germany, frequently for months at a time, which caused my mom to pull us right out of school so we could join my father on his travels. While at first homeschooling seemed like a makeshift temporary solution to my family's issue, over time my parents realized the academic benefits that began to manifest within my sister and I from traveling and homeschooling on the go. Instead of learning about social studies subjects from books thousands of miles from where they actually occurred, I witnessed historic landmarks like Checkpoint Charlie, the Berlin Wall, former World War I and World War II battlefields, and numerous other historic landmarks firsthand. Seeing these sites made me enjoy learning while also cultivating my curiosity and appreciation of different worldviews. During this magical period of my life, whatever I was interested in or experiencing, I would learn about, even on my own time, simply because I found everything so interesting when I could touch, hear, see, and sometimes even smell it. In conclusion, the endless opportunities provided by homeschooling, including this opportunity to present to so many astonishingly accomplished professionals as a 16-year-old high school student, have allowed me to excel and succeed academically, not only in math and sciences, but in understanding and working with people and their world situations. Homeschooling really allows me to appropriately prepare to implement the global aspect in forwarding global health. And finally, I'd like to talk about how no man is an island. This isn't just my story. It isn't just Uriel Ngua's story, but it's a combination and variation of many of our Libertas classmates' stories, Holmes students' stories from Boston, and many other homeschoolers across the country. Opening doors to allow homeschool students to collaborate with college research or clubs and professionals is how we will learn to solve the problems that will impact our generation and those to come. Some great examples of classmates and friends of mine who are pushing themselves to go into these fields and taking the next step forward. A great one is Uriel Ngua, who you just saw in the last presentation, working on this project at UCF simulating virus spread. Another one of our members of the student council, Oriana Abweg, is actually getting her pilot's license so she can become a missionary pilot, and she's studying mechanical engineering for that. And each one of us has found ways not only to gain experience, but collaborate with professionals to propel our traditional learning forward. I am actually currently talking with a biotech company, some of you may know, called Genus PLC, that is interested in providing homeschool students with internships in the summer in hopes of recruiting them before they even get into college, because they know that we have rigorous academics, we're flexible, and we are driven. If you have a research project or a program that you could use an additional volunteer or student with a unique perspective, please think of Libertas Scholars in the Homes program. You will have access to students who are curious and dedicated, and we know how to work independently, and we're incredibly self-motivated and innovators by design, because that is the definition of a homeschooler. Thank you for allowing me to share how we're always learning and always growing for the glory of God. I'd like to acknowledge the rest of my student council, Uriel Nagua, Paul Cota, and Oriana Bueg, who continue to lead our program, and fellow homeschool students, really, to do their part and be eager to change the world. It has been an absolute pleasure to present to you today. Thank you, Dr. Asana, once again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Augustine. I'm just bursting with pride at seeing what these young people have to offer. Augustine, please check the chats. We'll have you available to respond to posts there, and we're going to go ahead and move on. But I hope that our faculty members and PIs and mentees and mentors are all thinking of new ways to get involved, seeing these young people so passionate and already so involved. I think, Elsie, if it's okay, we will go ahead to the next group of presenters. Yes. And these are great. Our young catalysts, so the volunteers who have already taken that plunge into global health, into purposefully volunteering in this space. So we'll have Jennifer Ava, who's a senior at University of South Florida, Shreya Patel, who is a recent grad of University of South Florida, Elias Kagabo, who is calling in from Rwanda, sharing some of the opportunities and service leadership projects that we have. And as I mentioned before, Professor Elzawawi, Professor Kerr, have really been gracious with their time and with their mentorship in creating spaces for our volunteers to be involved in some of their publication efforts, especially in some of the books that are coming out shortly. So our volunteers will make mention of those as well. All right, young catalysts, you're on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shreya Patel. I am a recent graduate of the University of South Florida. And my peer, Jennifer, is having some technological issues, so I'm gonna go ahead and go first in our presentation, and then we'll have Elias speak, and then we'll hear from Jennifer.
Okay, is Jennifer in the panel group?
She's having some trouble.
Okay. Jennifer, message me if you need to, just in the chat.
Okay, so hi everyone, we're Young Catalysts. We're going to discuss some opportunities for participation and collaboration in global health. We're going to talk about leadership development and how we can empower ourselves and students who are younger than us to begin working in global health. So just to give a little bit of background about me, I recently graduated from the Honors College at the University of South Florida with bachelor's degrees in biology and literature. And my interest in global health was actually sparked by my study and research in the field of post-colonial literature, where I learned about the social and historical factors that led to certain countries being designated as low and middle income, and where that term came from, and about how crucial it was for health professionals to understand the overarching systems that inform global health. So
Shreya,
today,
are you sharing your slides? I'm sorry to interrupt. We don't see your slides.
Yes. Can everyone see them now?
Yes, they're loading. Excellent, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So I currently aspire to become a pediatric oncologist who combines research, education, and advocacy work in order to create better patient outcomes for children in low and middle income countries. And my background as a member of Partners in Health, which is an international organization that fights for a non-ethnocentric approach to the universal right to health, has provided me with a lot of insight into how to serve in the field of global health in a manner that prioritizes the empowerment of communities. And for those of you who are interested in working with Global Health Catalysts, in just my short time with Global Health Catalysts, I found it to be an incredible organization that catalyzes really high impact work in terms of research, education, collaboration, and so much more. And it's really allowed us to become excited about everything that the field of global health has to offer. And it empowers us as young catalysts to contribute our skills in ways that lead to constructive outcomes, which is what I'm going to talk about today. So if we ask how young catalysts can contribute to the global health movement, one of the best ways that you can contribute is to volunteer in global health marketing. And this is a skill that can be self-developed really easily through self-guided study and practice. And by producing marketing materials for an organization like Global Health Catalysts, while we're doing that, we can learn about events, speakers, opportunities, and kind of have a backstage view of what's going on. And at the same time, we're helping the organization to grow and reach wider networks and audiences while learning about how to optimize communication and publicity in the field of global health. Another great way that you as a young catalyst can contribute your time is to mentor, tutor, and support younger students. And this is a really great thing to do because everybody has unique insights into how they became involved in the field, what their particular goals are in the field, what advice they would give to a younger version of themselves. And through mentoring, we can assist others in finding their paths in global health while ensuring that they have access to success and they have the role models and guidance that they need. One example of a way that we can get involved in something like this is through the events that Global Health Catalysts holds. And we're actually holding a virtual event next Saturday that's free for high school students and is an example of a great opportunity whether you're attending as a student or as an older participant. And if you'd like more information about that event, you can log into our networks on Facebook and LinkedIn, and it's a really great way to contribute your insight or to gain insight from students who are older than you. I'm just going to talk about a few steps following graduation. As a recent graduate, I know that once you've graduated, it can be difficult to know exactly what the next thing is to do because all of the structure that comes with being in a degree program is suddenly gone. And I wanted to provide some ideas for young catalysts who might be in this situation. The first thing, which is my favorite one, is becoming a global health catalyst and volunteering your time with our organization. There's so much to learn. There are so many people to connect with, and there's a lot of great experience to gain with global health catalysts. Another thing is applying for fellowships in global health. These often allow you to travel and gain the hands-on experience that you need to understand the work that truly goes into the field of global health. And this has definitely been made more difficult by the pandemic, but a lot of fellowships are starting up again this year. And I'm going to be putting some links in the chat after I'm done speaking that you can follow to see some concrete examples of where to apply and where to get more information. Another thing that is a great activity for after graduation is participating in research or designing a project or an independent study. And there are a lot of ways that you can do this, even if you are no longer a student at a university. You can reach out to researchers, you can come up with and flesh out an idea and provide it to a researcher and see if they would be interested in guiding your project. And this can be really helpful in terms of learning how to take initiative and how to become more involved in the types of research that you're going to be doing as an older professional. Thirdly, applying to volunteer for organizations is, of course, a great way to become involved in global health. And I feel that it's very important to find organizations that value self-sustainability, empowerment, community, equity, and collaboration. So there are organizations out there that accept volunteers that may not have these exact values. And for this reason, when you're looking for organizations, it's really important to look at their goals and their missions and what type of work they do, and who they're prioritizing in their work. And I'm going to provide a few examples of organizations that do this work where they're prioritizing the community first and not the professional. And finally, pursuing higher learning through a degree offering a specialization in global health is always a great next step after graduation in order to gain a deeper sense of knowledge in global health. And if you're going into a master's or PhD program, then you'll be able to participate in a lot of research that catalyzes a lot of really important outcomes in the field. And finally, just some other tips are that it's a great idea to reach out to professors who work in your fields of interest and ask about the opportunities that they may have available. And like Dr. Asana mentioned earlier, it's great to just show up to anything that you find and see what happens, and not be afraid to take up space if you have a goal in terms of gaining or contributing knowledge. So include your qualifications and talk about your goals, and just make sure that what you're inspired by is coming through, so that whatever work you feel that you need to do in the field you're going to have a space to get it done. I'm going to pass this on to Elias if you're ready.
I see Jennifer is ready, so if she could go first in case Elias is not yet, and that would work. I think she also has an exam after this.
Okay.
Thank you for being flexible. This is part of working in global space and being able to adapt.
Absolutely, I'm so happy to be here. Hi, my name is Jennifer Even. I'm a university senior. I'm a senior at the University of South Florida, and I'm graduating this December with a bachelor's in biomed, as well as a minor in business. I am preparing for my application for medical school this upcoming cycle, and so the cycle is very lengthy. So in the meantime, I'm diversifying my candidacy. I also want to mention that I do work at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital as an occupational health coordinator, managing their COVID clinic actually now. So within the Global Health Catalyst organization, and of course under the mentorship of Dr. Asana, my service learning project was actually facilitated through the Honors College at my university. Dr. Davidson was my professor of the geographical courses, the geographical perspectives course. And she actually introduced us to the GHC and Dr. Asana. And as part of my service learning project, I was able to connect with organizations from various parts of Africa, Asia, and the US to facilitate collaboration between them and the GHC. This was done, of course, to serve disadvantaged populations in various areas of health. I'm ready for my next slides, Shreya. I had the pleasure of creating a formal compiled document of diaspora organizations, including their websites, social media, contact areas of service, populations served, and federal identifications, of course. These organizations are beneficial to individuals who are working to network and finding resources in the areas of health. The organizations we were able to connect with address areas including refugees, women's health, children clinics, and education. And so not only was this a great opportunity for me to sharpen my professional communication skills, but also a great opportunity to join the GHC permanently after my courses ended. I wanted to speak a little bit about my experience to preface the 3 paths young catalysts can take. So, when you're younger and still in school, you think your reach is small and limited, but in reality, this isn't true. So the primary path young catalysts can take include taking a course with a global outlook. Moreover, they can take part in a service learning project with a global component. I want to mention that I'm actually going to the Dominican Republic next month in order to work with the Corral Initiative and work in their community health clinics and hospitals. I'll be working with disadvantaged populations, including Haitian refugees and Dominican citizens. And again, I'll be volunteering with the Corral Initiative. And, you don't always have to be in the physical space to contribute to change. So young catalysts can also join school clubs with a global focus as well. And this is a great example of a past collaboration shown through an epilepsy book project. It was an opportunity for ongoing collaboration where we noticed a need in a rural Cameroon community. Local volunteers and community health workers had to repeatedly engage with the community to gain trust. And so a UCF student from Florida took on preliminary research on epilepsy. Thank you to Gianni Bermudez, who also works with the UN Refugees Now. And GHC leaders contributed to investigating an education program and overseeing the project. Thank you to Dr. Winningham and Dr. Asana. USF faculty engaged with the project as a community service opportunity for her students. Thank you to Dr. Davidson. GHC volunteers and USF students also contributed to the project by learning cultural competencies, of course, learning about global health, and improving their communication skills while providing a translation service, because this children's book was actually produced in French as well as English. So if you go to the next slide, Shreya, I just want to show how this is kind of a format of the book where we have the French on the left and English on the right side of the book. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Elias, please continue.
Shreya, can you go down to my slides? Hi, I'm Elias Kagabo. I'm from Rwanda, and I'm actually speaking from Rwanda. I am a young catalyst and a graduate of Trinity College, and I have a degree in biomedical engineering. Today, I will talk to you about how Global Health Catalyst has made me become a biomedical engineer. And then I will talk about how this has helped me serve the community. Next slide. So I first joined GHC through my first summit in 2017. That time I was a sophomore. And at this summit, I listened to many inspiring speakers and became interested in global health. So from there, I went back to my school, and because what I have listened and learned, felt that I wanted to be part of the change. I wanted to be one of the contributors to global health. And I ended up deciding to change my major from electrical to biomedical engineering so that I can do something that can help me contribute more directly to global health. Next slide. So after attending my first summit, I loved the team that was organizing the summits, and was allowed to become one of the volunteers. So I started volunteering in that year. And through volunteering, I was graced with many friends and made more connections. And through the volunteering, which I'm still part of, I've gained awareness on global health, and I kept the energy to find ways in which I can contribute to global health. So from there, yeah, I kept looking for other ways to volunteer, and that's what I'm going to talk about in my next slide. where after my graduation, I continued volunteering at King Faisal Hospital, which is the largest referral hospital in Rwanda, to be the only accredited hospital internationally as a biomedical engineering intern that I was doing this COVID-19 outbreak, where I was supporting and setting up ventilators and other equipment that were necessary in providing the care to COVID-19 critical patients. And I was more involved in troubleshooting those equipment and making sure that oxygen therapy was available through servicing and operation and maintaining oxygen plant. So I also worked on so many other equipment that are also related to diagnosing different kind of diseases, including cancer. And that internship also allowed me to, to take initiatives, because it helped me gain confidence, leadership skills, which end up helping me get involved in so many initiatives. And one of them that I want to talk about today was my project that was aiming at creating a fertilizer that is organic and affordable to poor farmers in the country. And this project, through the leadership and confidence and support that I gained through my volunteering, or enter this project into the Wegi Prize International Contest and won the third prize. But this also motivated me to registering this venture as a company. It is now registered under the Rwandan Development Board, and we are getting to a point to be producing so many tons of fertilizer that will be delivering to farmers in rural areas. And one might wonder why we're talking about agricultural fertilizers in Global Health Catalyst Summit. But the answer is that I've learned that, however much effort you can put in addressing global health disparities, especially to the poor, I think it's good that we think about food availability, because treatment without food, it might be so hard to gain good outcomes. So food, especially to the poor, has to be available, and then treatment, or maybe they can be available at the same time, but both of them, I think they must be considered as we put effort into addressing the issues. Next slide. So I also wanted to talk about how GHC has helped me become what I wanted to be, which is a person who will be able to contribute to the issues in health that we see. And one way is through engineering. And with Global Health Catalyst and volunteering opportunities, I'm now working as a biomedical engineering specialist for Partners in Health, which happens to be a Boston-based NGO, but also operating in other resource countries, including Rwanda. And some of my roles include, providing engineering service to the selection and acquisition of medical equipment to the hospitals that we support. And the areas that we support are cancer care, mental health, and maternal and child health. So with this, I also work on installation, testing, and maintenance of medical equipment, which include diagnostic equipment like mammography machines, physiotherapy machines, and other equipment that are used in providing different kinds of cares, as I mentioned before. I also mentor biomedical technicians at 3 hospitals that we support, training them on medical equipment and technologies, and also train clinical staff on the operation and handling of medical equipment. Next slide. So young catalysts have been graced with different ways to contribute, and some of the ways are related to publications and making sure that resources are available. And right now, I want to thank Professor Elizawawi for his great effort and inspiration to us young catalysts. And one of the work that young catalysts have been involved in with Professor Elizawawi is the book that I mentioned here called Approaching Global the win-win model, which will be coming soon. So with this project, at least 4 young, there were more chapter, key steps for youth inclusion and global to get involved in availing resources to different kinds of communities. And one of his work that at least 10 young catalysts have been involved is a book that is being finished related to cancer resources for patients, caregivers, students, and medical professionals using simple language. And this book will be explaining different kinds of cancer, types of treatments, a guide to conversations, and this will be made in a language that is more understandable by different kinds of people. Thank you so much again, David, for your wonderful presentation today, and thank you for everybody for taking the time to hear this presentation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. One of the things that Professor Kerr mentioned was that we need to learn as students wanting to, or young people learning to publish, to write concisely. And so one of the things that our young catalysts are learning this morning is also how to put a lot of information in a short time. And they're doing a great job with that. So as global health practitioners and researchers and advocates, we want to take care of our health. This is a long session. Please take a moment to stretch, move around in your seat, stand up if you need to, so that we make sure nobody needs to go to the chiropractor after this. Meanwhile, Shreya, if you could show the slide with parts unknown. We would like to do a random draw. So 2 of our volunteers who are on now are going to randomly use I hope they're on. Augustine, you can help us with this. I don't know if Yuri's still on. To just use the participants in there and the randomizer that you've used in the past on our events, and type for us in the chat who is going to win one of these books. This is a great resource to prepare you for working with global population. So Augustine, if you're on, are you able to do that for us? As he's doing that, we're going to have our next set of speakers get ready. LT, would you introduce the next set of speakers?
Yes. So our next set of speakers are the university, the undergrad, grad, and PhD. and they will share their insight on opportunities for research, exploration, collaboration, networking, and support. And these are Dan Nguyen, Taylor Avery. Dan Nguyen is from the University of South Florida. Taylor Avery is from a Rowan University alumni. Angel Quine is from Johns Hopkins University. Janet Okang, Yayan Jayalemna, I hope I did pronounce your name okay, otherwise I apologize for that, is from Drew University, and we are looking forward to hear your experiences.
Thank you. Augustine, do you have a first winner before the first speaker starts? But Dan, please go ahead and load your slides.
Hi, yes, I will share my.
Okay, Shreya, you could stop. Thank you.
Can everyone see the slides?
Yes, we do.
Awesome. Do you want me to start now? Or?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning and evening, depends on where you are in the world. It's an honor to present here today at the Global Health Catalyst Summit. So my name is Dang Nguyen, and I'm the third year student at Judy Genshef Honor College from the University of South Florida. So my team and I have been working on this project, Acing Accessibility for All, or 3A as we call it. So since last year, with the hope to reduce disparity for students with disability in the academic setting. And we believe that if the idea is to amplify to a larger scale, which we will present below, it has a great potential to have a global impact on the population with disability. So we will present what disability in academia means and our motivations behind starting of this 3A projects. Then I will explain what is 3A and its applications, as well as the end we will try to push the boundary using the power of research. So in academia, people with disability turn out to encounter a lot of challenges. So for every 5 students, one of them will experience some form of disability. Shockingly, 94% of high school students with disability receiving aids, but only 17% of them in the post-secondary educations continue to have that support. So there are multiple identified reasons ranging from instructors who are unaware of campus-specific procedures to their peers who are less aware of the disability and therefore increase the stigma to even students with disability themselves for lacking of self-advocacy. So this data, we get it from National College Students with Disability. And our solutions, 3A, what we have been working on is a curriculum. It's called Acing Accessibility for All, powered by Canvas and under University of South Florida Network. So we provide different models with free educational resources on topics related to disabilities such as ADHD, dyslexia, and epilepsy. There are a series of lectures currently in developing for instructors, such as how to provide accommodations properly and students with and without disability. So the idea is quite similar to the Global Oncology University initiative, since we plan to make it available to everyone in the world through our website that I will discuss below. So in the curriculum, beside the lecture series, we also emphasize on the applications where instructors and students with disability can actually use in their classroom to improve the learning experience. We create the accessible syllabus that follow a very specific design and format that are disability friendly. Also, all of our video will follow the universal design learning guideline to make sure it's accessible to everyone. We also create videos on step-by-step guide to instruct professors on how to do the same thing for their students. And many more applications are in develop that will bring tangible benefit to students with disability in the university setting. We also think that paperwork can be confusing at times, even more so for people with disability. That's why we want to bring this aspect into our own course. So therefore, we aim to combine all the paperwork into one place, and we create a detailed guideline to instruct people with disability on how to fill out handicap parking pass, Social Security disability insurance for individuals who cannot work due to their disability and is based off work history and age, and supplemental security income for individuals with limited resources and income. So we also tackle the paperwork of Medicare and Medicaid program, but since different stage has different policy, we're only able to cover Florida for now, but planning to expand the reach in the future. We also create a system and through identifying 9 essential categories, and our team have been searching extensively for free resources out there, such as from nonprofit organizations and volunteering groups to provide support to population of disability. So for example, if you run out of food and can't go to work due to COVID-19, we will help you to connect with resources if you head to the necessity modules. Or if a student with disability can't afford college tuitions, we would be able to help them and connect them to scholarship sources. So the questions are really lying down to how to amplify the impact to a larger scale. Since it's at the university setting right now, our course is powered by University of South Florida. Therefore, we decided to create an app called Enable Learning. That's currently approved by App Store and will be available to both iPhone and Android system in the future. So all of our content in our 3A course will be placed in this app. The goal is to be accessible to everyone. And if you are even from a different country in the world, you'll be able to download this app and use its functions. And we have reaching out to different partnership in Florida for now, but we're planning to reach out to future partners. So for example, Morfit Cancer Centers or Zoo Tampa or at Birth Health in Tampa area. So our goal is serving as the bridge to connect people with disability to the organizations and workplace that they aren't able to. We know that there are a lot of organizations out there welcome people with disability. However, either that the information is not open enough or not accessible enough, or people with disability are shy to reach out to them. That's why we want to use our app and network serving as a bridge to connect two parties together. To further amplify the outreach, we also create a website. It's also called Acing Accessibility for All, and we will provide all the lectures and resources on disability there. We will hopefully make webinars in the future as we're having right now. And we also have the survey to do research on people with disability in a national and international scale. Since right now, our resources are limited to a university setting, so we want to make it actually a global impact. There will be also a link to Enable Learning app that we develop, a weekly blog, and especially the network for students with disability to connect to each other, to share their challenge and hardship through their life. And at the end, I want to share with everyone the last thing that we try to do is, so in order to have a global impact in pushing the boundary of science, we collaborate with a lab in Canada to explore the pedagogical interventions in patients with autism spectrum disorder. So we use neuroimaging such as functional magnetic resonance to test the efficacy of certain pedagogical techniques on the neural level, measuring cortical activations, synchronizations, and functional connectivity. So this allowed us to develop and devise certain pedagogical and learning models to deliver education to students with ASD. So the image on the right, as you can see here, is the fMRI result obtained in response to implementations of executive functioning tests in patient of ASD and the control. So comparison study of this source pre and post intervention will allow us to develop a scientifically optimal ways of delivering education to students with ASD, which we try to aim for in our course 3A. At the end, so this would not be possible without my team. So I want to give this final slides for them. As the main spirit of this conference, collaborations, we have someone from a different state and even a different country. The project teach me lessons that the impact it has on the world will be much larger if we all work toward a common goal. So here's our email contact. Please reach out if you're interested in the work and maybe potentially collaborate in the future. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Dang. And these are just examples. We have colleagues at UPenn and Johns Hopkins, University of South Florida, the ICT University, and so many others who are really making space for young people to be actively involved in global health already, and we're grateful to each one. I don't know if you missed it in the chat. Dr. Lindy Davidson was the winner of the first book, and I think Augustine has a second winner to announce in the chat for the book. Please contact me by email. I'll put my email on there so that we can get you a copy of Parts Unknown. And Taylor, you are up next.
Hello,
Augustine.
everybody. I'm going to share my screen right now. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. 1 second. Hi, everybody. My name is Taylor Avery. I am a recent graduate from Rowan University, and I'm currently in the process of studying for my MCAT to apply to med school, and I'm just here to share my experience with global health. 1 second. Okay. So in April of 2019, I traveled to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, where I participated in the Global Health Catalyst Summit. I served as an undergraduate representative, so I basically just helped to set up with registration, and I also just was there to network and to learn. So this top picture is me here, just making sure everybody had all the information that they needed for the day. And then I took some pictures at the bottom of the setup of the conference. Some of the topics that we discussed included dosimetry, quality assurance, imaging techniques, as well as talks of implementing PhD programs to train physicists. So all of it was very new to me. This was my very first experience with global health. So it was very nice to just learn about these new things. So this next slide is just some more pictures that I took. So my favorite part of the whole conference was when we were able to travel outside of the hotel. On the left-hand side, we were able to travel to the Ocean Road Cancer Institute, where we toured the entire center and learned about their day-to-day operations, as well as we also talked about the PhD programs that they wanted to implement as well. And then on the right-hand side was the day we were able to just kind of explore. As you can see, it was a very beautiful area. So that was basically my whole experience. I was there mainly, like I said, to just network and to learn, but I did learn so much, and I wanted to discuss some key takeaways that I had. So the first is being the importance of exposing yourself to different cultures and ways of life. After this conference, I told everybody, my peers, my mentees, if you have the means, travel and just expose yourself to a different culture and a way of life, because even if you're not going into any field that's science or health related, you will always be in an environment full of people from different backgrounds. So it just helps you to be more culturally aware, and also just better, it just better connects you to the world around you, because now you have something in common with somebody that you didn't have before. So that also connects me to my second point, which is to maintain an open mind and to step out of your comfort zone. This was my first time ever traveling to Africa. So it was a huge culture shock for me, but in the best way possible. And I really think that it's just from the fact that I maintained an open mind the entire time. I talked to everybody that I met. I met so many people, and I always tell people that that growth and learning really happens in situations where you may be unfamiliar, because you don't know what you're going to learn and you don't know who you're going to meet. So, you know, when you are trying to expose yourself to different cultures, the point is to learn. So, you know, for me, that really translated back home as well, just being more open-minded and really allowed me to better step out of my comfort zone. And that also ties into my third point, which is perspective. You know, it's one thing to hear and learn and read about a different culture, but to actually experience it is different. So for example, the Ocean Road Center that we had traveled to is, I think, one of 3 or 4 cancer centers in the whole country. And also, I also learned that up until about 1961, it was only accessible to people from Europe. So people that were from this country weren't even able to get treated up until 1961. So this whole experience really just put into perspective, you know, how different healthcare really is in different countries. And that's what really led me to be more interested in global health. So like I said, I'm still very new to global health, and I was very, very grateful to be able to travel here and meet everybody that I did. And thank you for having me. I included my email at the end. I would love to connect with everybody more.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, Taylor. And I think you illustrated some of the things that we've talked about. One, just show up.
Right.
2, be aware of what's happening around you. And so this book that we just published from Global Health Catalyst, Preparing for Parts Unknown, that Dr. Davidson just won one. And we're looking to see if Chris Trouwenicht is on, because you are our next winner. Please contact me by email. But it really just encourages that idea of keeping an open mind and meeting new people, gives us examples of those who have gone before us. Thank you so much. Angel, we have you next.
Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. My name is Angel Lynn Klein, and I am currently a Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health student, and I am doing my Master's of Science in Public Health. Today, I'll be taking you all through my own journey, my own experience in global health and public health, and using this lens of taking and making space. To give you some context to what I'll be discussing today, I would like to just briefly talk about my own background. I'm originally from Cameroon, and growing up there truly informed my global health perspective and my passion for health equity on a global scale as I observed health inequities around me. I later pursued my bachelor's at Cornell University and combined my interest with global health with my passion for the sciences, and also engaging in community service. And some of the main organizations I worked with during my time at Cornell were the Society of Implementation Science and Nutrition and the Southern African Institute for Policy Analysis and Research. And currently, as I said, I'm an MSPH student at Johns Hopkins in the Population, Family, and Reproductive Health Department. So the theme of my presentation today is taking space and making space. And in one of my first global health seminars, we established this community agreement, take space, make space, which for those who don't know, this meant that in this space, we would have the courage to share our own opinions and our experiences, but also would be able to be mindful of our peers and our colleagues and giving them space to also share their own perspectives and establish the sense of respect. So I think this has been something that's been true throughout my own global and public health experiences. And I think I truly value this community agreement in collaborations. So using this theme, my first point is taking space is defining my why and exploring my interests. As I learned more about health disparities around the world, one of the statistics that remained with me longer was the alarmingly high rates of maternal mortality for Black women in the US, and even globally, the high maternal mortality rates that exist even in the continent of Africa. So understanding my interest, I talked to professors and community members who are doing the research and the work that I was interested in. And this allowed me to start to understand what global health fields look like. And even again, as Dr. Asana said, this looks like just showing up and engaging in events that align with your interests. And even now in my master's program, I'm really able to focus my area of study on maternal, fetal, and perinatal health, and wanting to serve women of color who are disproportionately affected by, just disproportionately affected in healthcare globally. So my second point is taking space my second point in taking space is creating your own opportunities where you may not always see them. On the left, I have a picture here of a project my peers and I created during our undergraduate experience, kind of at the peak of the pandemic, where we saw there's this need to understand public and global health topics, especially how they affected marginalized communities. And during this time, we didn't really have many opportunities to engage globally, but we saw this as an opportunity to still learn about global health and about health inequities and make a space for conversations on social media about global health issues and also about social justice issues and how these ideas can really work together. And so my first point in making space is collaborating with peers. Even with the example I just gave, I think it was so valuable for me to learn from my colleagues from Cornell, but even in an academic space, I've had the chance to engage in research with my peers. During the pandemic, one of the projects that we worked on was with the Society of Implementation Science in Nutrition. And our research focused on implementation science of iron folic acid supplementation programs in Kenya and Uganda. And with this, I was able to interact with peers from various backgrounds and community workers who are working in country. And I thought it was just great gaining those teamwork skills. And it was just so valuable when we were collaborating. So even now in my master's, I still have the opportunity to interact with my peers who are from various walks of life. They're physicians, they're previous public health workers, and they're people like me too, who just came from undergrad and are interested in learning more. So I think our unique experiences and perspectives allow us to really contribute meaningfully and establish relationships that will help us as we connect in the future as future public health professionals. And so my next point is also finding mentors that you admire. The previous research opportunity that I mentioned with the Society of Implementation Science and Nutrition, I was able to actually acquire this opportunity because of the relationship I had with my mentor, as he connected me with research that aligned with my interests. But with this, he also took the time to get to know me and advise me in my own journey. And in turn, I was able to learn from his own life experiences and his research, and just allowed me to see the possibilities in global health work. So, through my master's now, I'm still finding mentors and I'm still finding advisors who are willing to take a chance on me. So currently, I just started a position in the Department of Gynecologic Oncology, looking at improving cancer care for Black women by addressing the social needs and the social determinants of health that they experience. So my mentor has been instrumental in that and really prioritizing, guiding me in my journey. So it's been so valuable to have these connections. And my final point in making space is the importance of engaging with communities. I think at the core of my global health work and a lot of the global health work around the world is service. And I think with this, it's just the importance of trying to get to know the needs of the community, learning about the stories behind the statistics, and just learning how you can contribute. So I think that with this community engagement, there's reciprocity in these relationships, and really recognizing that communities know better about these issues and there's so much we can learn from them. So I would say service and community engagement are just great ways to put your foot in the door of global health work. Finally, I'd like to share some of the opportunities and ways to connect at Johns Hopkins that I've seen through my program. I've been able to attend weekly seminars connecting with public health professionals within my department, within the public health school, and even internationally. And a lot of these seminars have also been available to the public through YouTube, as well as through their newsletter. And another aspect that I've also appreciated is just the cross-sectoral connections that I've been able to make. And I've noticed that it's just such a larger community in that the nursing school, the medical school, the public health school, they're all connected, and there's still like that opportunity to explore various interests that you might have. So also with that, there's so many centers at Johns Hopkins, and I'd like to mention, for the purposes of this talk too, there's a Center for Global Health, and they always have opportunities connecting not just students, but anyone who's really willing to do global health work with opportunities abroad. And lastly, just once again, emphasizing the importance of interacting with peers and colleagues, as they can also come with their own diverse backgrounds, and also learning from faculty and staff who are doing research in the field, and just learning from them. I think it's been such a supportive community, as people are always just there to listen and there to help. So that's been a really integral part in my own learning. I'd like to thank all of you for listening, and thank the Global Health Catalyst Summit, particularly Dr. Asana and Dr. Willingwa for giving me the opportunity to present. I've listed my email here too, so please feel free to connect with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angel, for giving us some real practical ways that young people can already be getting engaged. I'd like to encourage you all to check the chats. All presenters, there are questions there that you can respond to. There are questions about how people can get involved in opportunities. And also like to remind everyone who's on that we welcome you sharing resources and opportunities that you know about. One of our goals at the end of this session is to be able to produce a resource to share with all of you and beyond, but also to work towards a publication that addresses ways that young people are already and can be involved in global health. So we encourage you to make some significant contributions to that. You can do it in the chat. You can email it to us later on, and we would be happy to include all meaningful contributions in that publication. And so we're moving right along from high school to undergrad to recent grads to master's students. And now we're going to hear from doctoral students. And we have with us Jane Okang and Yenche from Drew University, and they will be sharing their involvements with the Religion and Global Health Forum at Drew University, one of our collaborators, as well as other projects that they are involved in.
Hello, hi Lydia. First of all, thank you so much to the GHC Global Health Catalyst organizers for inviting us to this and for giving us this time to share with you all. Let me share my screen. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Yajin. I am from a state called Nagaland from India, and I am a second-year PhD student at Drew University, and I am working with the Religion and Global Health Forum at Drew University.
Hi, I am Jane from Ghana, West Africa, and also second-year PhD student at Drew University, also working with Religion and Global Health Forum. You may be wondering, I mean, if you've listened to the previous presenters, you may be wondering what is the connection between students of religious studies and students doing scientific research. The good news is both fields plays a role in the quest to attain religion or global health world that we are all yearning for. And because of that, Yajin and I decided to do a presentation on holistic health. For us, Yajin and I, we believe that holistic health is that which consists of the mental, the emotional, the intellectual, physical, and spiritual, and the social aspects that contribute to wellness. And therefore, to attain a holistic health or to avoid health disparity, it means paying attention to all aspects of our being.
Yes, and that is where we try to say that all of this is interconnected. Is that when you're physically not well, I think one of our panelists earlier on mentioned briefly about the interconnectedness of our health, is that when we are not well physically, it affects our mental and emotional health as well. And so all of this, and so just that there is an interconnectedness in all of this, and also talking about not just individual health, but how when one is not well, then it affects the family, it affects the community. And so we see that we are all interconnected in all of this. And as global health, we're talking about global health. So it's like now we are getting more and more connected in ways that we could not imagine before. And so how we are all connected in this this personal level and also in this global level of interconnectedness, which then we would, the reason we're approaching this from a religious, from our research and from our background is that, so Jane and I, we are from the third world country, so to say. And so in that there is a attention or maybe even a fight between the spiritual aspect, spiritual health, and then the physical health, because of the theologies in our churches, where the spiritual health is given more importance over the physical health. So in terms of saying like themes of eschatology or even themes of creation, and like just the idea of and I'm talking this from a Christian perspective, of heaven, and how so much of it is, so much of the importance is given on the spiritual being of our existence, and not much importance is given to our physical well-being and in the here and now and in our creation and in this world that we're living in. And in this, mental health is just out of the equation, that people are not, in our context, people are not even talking about mental health and emotional health, and all of this are out of the picture. And so what we're trying to do with our work is like trying to say that all of these aspects of health are equally important. And so we are asking the question, how then do we bridge the gap so that people can experience a holistic healing, meaning
the healing that is the physical and the communal aspect of it all as well. And how can we make this life sustaining, that it doesn't just end with one thing for now, but then how this can continue in our lives, that it becomes life sustaining for our personal health as well as the communal health.
And so one of the many ways that we probably are all aware of is education. And I'm glad one of the speakers did mention about homeschooling. So education, as we know it, be it formal or informal, it plays a role in attaining holistic health. When communities are educated about the needs and ways to attain holistic health, they gain a stepping stone to promote health justice in their communities. In 2018, I decided to go back to Ghana, and while I was in Ghana, one of the things that came to mind, as I've mentioned, is education. How do I educate people? How do I help communities to attain what they need? And I am so much interested in children because I think usually the grown-ups, they've grown to the certain level that changing or telling them to do certain things will not happen. And so I lean more toward to the children. And so in the next slide, you will see Amanfrom Academy. So in 2018, I have a piece of land in a village called Amanfrom, and I decided to start elementary school over there. Well, my background is Bible, but as I said, health has to do with all aspects of life. And so I started this school called Amanfrom Academy, and at the moment we have about 140 students, children, and the goal is to educate them in this level so that they will be aware of their surrounding and have the necessary needs and education to help to fight for equality in the system. So these children, they are all in Amanfrom, but some few are traveling from Nas Village to come to Amanfrom Academy because they don't have schools in those villages. One other ways to also bridge the gap is providing support and empowerment. Yajin, you can move to the next slide. Providing support and empowerment and assisting community, especially those in rural areas whose health are often affected because of lack of basic needs, like food, water, shelter. I believe, and I think Yajin and I believe that to attain a holistic health, we need to help communities that are in need of basic needs. In that process, we can help them create the awareness of the need to also care for the body, not just the spiritual aspect. And so just this year alone, we've been able to do 10 boreholes in rural areas that is being supported by the community. And so the community comes together and they see the initiation, we dig the ground, they see the water coming, they realize that, oh, we need to care for our body. And so all of these dynamics and support helps in creating the awareness. However, there are challenges, and I think Yashin will pick that up, okay?
Yes, and when Jane talked about all of these projects, I can affirm that this is also true in the case of where I'm from in India, is that is not so much different. And I can see that when my dad was working for all this water, even in the project of giving water to villages where it's not possible. And so all of this are
true, and I can affirm that. And so, which is why there are challenges in that. And talking about the challenges in terms of resources, resources when we talk about it in terms of infrastructure, that there are no hospitals, there are not roads, forget about bad roads, there are no roads even in some cases, and school buildings. And Jane mentioned that children from other villages have to go to a different village, so access to school. And also when all of that happens, there is a lack of transportation for children to go, because there are no school, there are no roads, and you have to go to a different village, but then there is no transportation available for these children to go to school. Second is in terms of finances, which is like, we can talk on and on about it, and how the government is not doing much to ease any of this. And so what ends up doing is, like in Jane's case, is like people, like we will rely on people's donations or projects and all that. And so what happens is that due to lack of funds, we cannot pay the workers for the work they're doing. And so what happens if we cannot pay the workers? There is a lack of staff. And what happens when there's no staff? Then there's like nothing that gets done. And also one of the challenges, the third challenge out of the many challenges, one that we see is the lack of short or long-term commitments. And this comes not only as an individual commitment, but also a communal lack of commitment, or in government or institutions or even churches. So how that these challenges are there in terms of lack of long and short-term commitment.
Yeah, so even though there are challenges, we will encourage that if any of you're interested in volunteering and in collaborating, please feel free, because we think that when we all come together, some of these challenges can be overcome. And we have a website over there. When you go to Drew University website, you see Religion and Global Health Forum over there, and you can connect to us. We also have our email and Facebook contact displayed on the screen. Email us if you want to know more, and we can chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I continue to just really be pleased with the diversity of topics and experiences and interests that are displayed here, and that are really characteristic of the work that we do at the Global Health Catalyst. And thank you also for bringing up the idea of holistic health. I teach a course at the University of South Florida Honors College called Global Health, or Global Perspectives of Holistic Health. And I've been telling my students how all these things are interconnected. So for those of them listening or who will watch this recording afterwards, they'll be able to say, all right, it wasn't just Dr. Asana, it actually is happening. People all over the world are finding connectedness in ways that we don't always think of from day to day. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We are almost getting to the end. Augustine, do we have one more book winner to announce? If Augustine posts your name in the chat, please acknowledge your prize so that we can connect with you, send your email address so that we can send the book to you. Someone already asked about purchasing the book. It's literally hot off the press. I just got one of the first copies here. So as soon as that information is available, it will be on the Global Health Catalyst website. All proceeds go to support global health work. We have over 20 contributors from around the world, and they contributed as part of their contribution to moving global health forward. And so they are not getting paid, they are paying into global health, and all the proceeds from the book will continue to do that great work. I see that we have another winner, Villeroy Ta, congratulations. You will get one of the first copies of this book. Please send us your email address so we can connect with you to give you your copy. I'm wondering if Juliet is on. Please indicate. In the meantime, I wanted to ask Dr. Elsie, as she prepares to transition us, I know that we've heard different ways of getting connected. I've had several examples, and I know that you're also very active with a postdoc group at your institution. So just to round out those different ways that people could be involved, would you please tell us how you are leading and serving, even though you're very busy as a postdoc yourself.
Thank you, Lydia. As I listen to these conversations, I'm just blown, and I wish I had had this type of exposure early on in time. So I'm hoping everyone would take every advice that is given here. If you're interested, please pursue them, because some people didn't have this opportunity. But at the same time, you could join at any point, right? So I've had 3 things that I've done to get me a little bit into public health or global health. So the first thing is volunteering, rendering services. Everyone has said that already. And for that, I'm a member of the Ethics Review and Consultancy Committee of the Cameroon Bioethics Initiative. And there we just create programs that build and strengthen bioethics research capacity in West and Central Africa. And that has led to a lot of exposure and finding mentors and just learning about new opportunities. On the other hand, you can find groups that you identify with. Some of the students said health clubs. And one of those groups that I am participating in, it's not just about finding the group, it's finding the group and be active in it. So I'm a member of the Black Harvard Medical School Black Postdoc Association. We identify as minority students. So to be active there, I'm the co-chair of the Science Outreach Committee. And in this committee, we go to high schools around the Boston area that have a high population of minority students. We expose them to research that's been done at Harvard. We give them opportunities to come into our laboratories during the summer to have some research experience. We offer mentorship to them, and we create resources for scholarships for them. And I would just say the last thing that one can do that we all say, but we don't mention, is like formal training, right? So you can take a course in global health, in public health, or in something that would let you get into it. And for me, I'm trained as a microbiologist, but I went back and I had a master's in public health, just so I can get all the resources that I need to participate in this space. And every day I keep learning, I find mentors and I mentor others, and it's just a circle that we can continue and push the field forward.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing those perspectives. I don't see that Juliet is on. So at this point, I would encourage again, everyone, all the speakers, please scroll through the chats, because we do have several points and questions in there, and add your contributions. If you think of something afterwards, my email is in the chat, elasana@globalhealthcatalyst.org. We would love to increase our pool of resources for engagement in global health. I know we have some speakers from our next session already on. I'd encourage you to stay on, because we are all connected, and there are ways that young people will be inspired as well. Our poll is about to close. Please go ahead and answer those questions if you haven't already. This is one small way that you can contribute to global health by helping us as we work on making our resources more available. So as we finish up, I'd like to invite Dr. Will Ngwa, the director of the Global Health Catalyst, as well as Dr. Victor Mbarika, who is head of ICT University. I know we have ICT students on. You can make some noise in the chat. We have USF students on, Libertas students on, and many others. But we are looking forward to just being the first to hear about a great new collaboration. So you get breaking news in this session. Dr. Ngwa, I hand over to you. And thank you very much, Elsie, for co-moderating this session with me. Thank you to all our amazing speakers. I have really been thrilled to just continue working with young people. I think it was Jane who mentioned young people are somehow, you get it and you're ready to go and take us to new places. So we value your presence in this space. Thank you all so much. Please continue to participate all day. Dr. Ngwa, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sana. Hello, everyone. That was a really wonderful session. There were some points there I actually had to wipe tears away from my eyes. The young people, the presentations were so powerful. It really inspired, me even me who is already in the field of global health. And anyway, so thank you all, and thank you Dr. Elsie as well. That was fantastic moderation from both of you. So yeah, we usually, as you know, the Global Health Catalyst is really about collaborations. And over the years, it kind of started with the funding support from the Harvard Radcliffe Institute. Actually, this picture here you see was the very first summit in Boston at Harvard Radcliffe Institute, where we had, and they were really, high profile people from across the world come together. And it was very interesting that I was looking at this picture and I saw Professor Victor Barika. He was there at the very beginning. And since then, he's one of the leaders of information and communication technology in Africa, the whole of Africa. He's gotten, at his young age, he already has lifetime achievement awards on this. And so, but one of the things we talked about at the very first summit was the idea of using information and communication technologies. At that time, he was way ahead. He was in the future. Like, he had been talking about it in the early 2000s, but we really caught on that, how we can use that for healthcare and cancer in particular. That was what we were discussing. At that time, it was also abstract. I mean, coronavirus has really made it a big deal now. But, so one of the things we want to talk about, I just wanted to, Victor, so this has grown over time, from Harvard, now we involve, you talked to Professor Kerr earlier on today, engaging faculty from Oxford. We've gotten funding from all these places, and University of Heidelberg, and my friend, Stephen Avery from Pennsylvania, Johns Hopkins. So right now, it's really grown to be a big, the movement, like Professor Ahmed El-Zawawi always talks about, has really grown. It was fascinating to see the young people today. But one thing that we had also in the audience actually was ICT University students who actually communicated in the chat. They may have left, but it was really wonderful. I wanted to, announce this new collaboration that we really want to. So we've been working with Victor from the very beginning, Professor Barika. But, we really want to elevate some of this now. I can remember that even in Africa during the coronavirus, people were trying to ask him, to interview him about how you do online learning. And so, as you may have seen in the summit yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, we talked about a global oncology university, how we can be able to teach courses online and get practical training at local sites. So I wanted to announce that, we want to grow the collaboration with ICT University. We are going to be having courses that are going to be jointly done with them online, and also get trainees who can have co-mentored experiences. You heard Professor Kerr talk about that earlier on today about, the mentorship, the really importance of mentorship. And so we have a really wide network of mentors from top universities. And I think that we can actually engage ICT University as well, which is, really one of the leading universities in this area of online learning, and have trainees from there. So we actually want to have trainees from there who can also be co-mentored by faculty from the Global Oncology University. And so I wanted to announce that, we are going to be, activating that. So we're going to announce the first, opportunities for the co-mentored collaborations from January. So we're going to have opportunities for trainees from ICT University to be co-mentored and get some funding to do some more research projects on that. And then at the same time, we actually already have a public health course that's going on now on ICT University. I happen to be, teaching that course. So we're going to also offer that through the Global Oncology University platform. So if you want to audit the course on public health, I know Elsie mentioned that as one of the ways that if you want to get involved in global health, you want to take some courses, right? So that's a great opportunity where you can actually audit the course. You can get a certificate at the end, but if you just want to audit the course and listen to some of the topics, the lecturers are, the seminars, they are following the Global Oncology University model, which is really that we take the top professors from any institution who have the expertise in that particular area. They can get up on a Saturday morning in their PJs and they can give a lecture for 2 hours, and then they can help with the assessment, and then they can go on with their lives. But they have a really good impact on those trainees. And then you pull that together and you come up with a really fantastic course where you can build capacity and all of that. So, so my friend Victor, it's really powerful to see this picture and see how this has grown, and here we are. What do you say?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm excited about this. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Lydia, and all your team members. It's always been an honor working with you guys. Our contribution in ICT is very specific. We want to be able to connect as many Africans as possible in getting quality higher education. And as we are bringing in this aspect in the area of cancer, in oncology, etc., we have been doing this for so many years. At the start, people said Africans cannot connect online. By God's grace, they've been disproved. Many Africans, even in very rural areas, are connected to our programs online, even using simple local internet connections by their telephone providers. The bandwidth is improved. When I look at the book I wrote, I believe 20 years ago, published by International Telecommunications Union, we've had less than 1 telephone per 100 people in terms of teledensity in Africa. Now it's common to see people with 2, 3 phone lines in Africa. So things have improved, things are different. And so what you are doing is the right time. We're excited about this collaboration. We are honored always to collaborate with the Global Health Catalyst. And I really look forward to this moving on very well. The thing I've loved about our collaboration is not just been about signing of MOUs, but we've actually been having activities going on. So I want to thank you and appreciate you and your team for this.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Barika. Really wonderful.
Thank you.
I know this is the beginning of great things to come. All right. So we're going to transition to the next session of today. And that's going to be moderated by Vivian Butcher, who is already on. Vivian is a really fantastic, person in herself, but she trained recently at the Harvard School of, was it Harvard Medical School or Harvard Public School? Yeah. And she did journalism there, course there, and she worked with me, and I thought, before that I actually knew her. She really has a fantastic program at Acton TV. And so, and she's one of the leading diaspora, I would say one of the diaspora leaders who is really interested in global health. So Vivian, it's really wonderful to have you this morning and to help moderate this session. And over to you.
Well, thank you for that kind welcome, Dr. Ngwa, and your whole Global Health Catalyst team. This is an exciting program and project. I think if the world had multiple rollouts of this same program, I think we'd be in a much better place. I think you're trailblazing, and I'm happy to be here today to facilitate a conversation on diaspora. Welcome everyone who is watching to our diaspora session. We'll be featuring some diaspora members who are contributing significantly to healthcare, global health policy and investment. And we'll be talking about what these collaborations mean, what they can look like, and how they can be rolled out. I think if we have Dr. Ngwa, who is going to be one of the panelists. We have Dr. Eric Broyles, Dr. Rebecca, and Janine, and Dr. Stephen Avery. So I will invite all these panelists to join me, and each of them will have an opportunity to introduce themselves more broadly. And do we have everyone available? All right. So I will just invite one at a time to introduce yourselves and then tell us why, what inspired you to join this program, to be a part of these conversations on managing global health disparities, and in a collaborative way. And I'll start with the reason we're here today is because of a collaboration with, a vision and a dream by our own Dr. Ngwa, and that's why I'm going to start with you.
All right. Thank you, Vivian. We actually have one of our panelists, Eric Broyers. He is going to be joining around 12:15, and we have a keynote. Actually, he's going to introduce. It's a congressman who is going to give a talk to us for about 10 minutes. He's going to introduce that. That was something that he really wanted us to have available for the conference. And so it's good that we can start a conversation, and then he will join. But yes, so I think one of the things that's really important here, about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, Stephen, my friend, actually just texted me and told me that it's really interesting to see, we're just sharing to see how the impact of the Global Health Catalyst Summit, or Global Health Catalyst as a whole, is growing. And he and I just got this grant from the NIH, to kind of really amplify some of this work. And it became really evident to us that this was not usual. It was not usual to just have he's actually, so African-American, minority person here in the United States. I am African or American, I'm not sure. I was born in Cameroon. And so, but, he and I have, been collaborating. This is not the only grant we've gotten this year. There's another one that we got from from a venture foundation, and so it became very clear that, there's a really excellent model of collaboration here. And, but there are also challenges. And so, knowing that you're a diaspora champion, Lydia, Vivian, and the fact that you've been, with us, you've done all these interviews, moderate at the Harvard Summit, I kind of thought, okay, it'd be nice to bring this distinguished panel of diaspora leaders to talk about, what are the challenges that they face, how can we collaborate more, and learn from each other. So yeah. My background, obviously we initiated, I'm the director of the Global Health Catalyst Summit now, and I've become a co-PI with Stephen on that. So he co-directs that from UPenn. Earlier today, you've heard about Professor David Kay at Oxford. So he's involved there. We have partnerships now with Heidelberg and, obviously with Johns Hopkins and all of this. So, so it's really fascinating to see, how the movement has grown. Like Professor Ahmed Al-Zawawi always talks about, it's the movement that's growing. So I'm part of that movement, so to say.
Well, thank you for that introduction. I will go, since you've mentioned Dr. Avery, I'll go right next to him. Could you please tell us about yourself briefly and why you're here, why it's important for you or to you?
Yeah, thank you, Vivian, and thank you for Dr. Will Ngwa, Will, my good friend, who when I first start thinking about global health, and Will, as people know him very well, has really motivated people and being able to bring them into the fold. So my background is that I actually was just a basic scientist. I'm a physicist, and I wasn't really thinking about medical field or anything at all, but I still was really involved in bringing in more people from underrepresented groups into the STEM fields. And so I think with that, we also were looking at, how, as Will mentioned, how we can work together as far as different types of backgrounds to kind of come together for a common goal. And I think that my first experience in global health was my chair came back from Tanzania, and he was talking about how they started a nursing program for chemo, and that they need physics help there. And so I started talking to a physicist there, and then eventually I was able to actually travel to Tanzania. And for me, I think that was just an eye-opening experience. And we heard earlier from one of the young catalysts about how you learn about your background, your culture, and we always hear us saying that you don't know where you're going unless you know where you came from. And so, going back and having that experience, and for me to be in an environment where you see everyone that looks like you is in charge of everything. They're running the governments, they're running the hospitals, they're, and that's a powerful experience, and that's something that, so when you come back to the States, you look at it and you say, there is so much that we can do. We're not what people say we are, because you have to see again where we came from and what we have done, and that's the kind of spirit that I want to bring to a lot of young people. And just speaking about the young people, I was so impressed with some of those presentations. I was just blown away. I was like, wow, so I need to up my game, after seeing that. But we're in good hands if that's the future. And so, I think that is really important, so, as we think about global health is to really not only talk about the opportunities, but also look at, who we are in the diaspora and what we can do, what we have done, and, and where we're going. And so I think when people see that, you just have, a different perspective of who we are, as a group, and things that we can accomplish if we work together collaboratively.
I love the things we can do together. Next on my screen is Janine.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to my colleague Will and my other colleagues who are also online, Ripka and others. I'm Janine Scott. I am a long-term Africanist. I have been involved with the continent for, probably over 35 years at this point. My background for at least 20, almost 25 years of that time was in humanitarian and economic development work. And I spent a good decade plus at the African Development Bank, and I was the vice president of AfriCare, which was a very large scale nonprofit that did work in health, water, food security, and other issues. For the last decade or so, I have actually been more on the private investment side. I ran the U.S. Angola Chamber of Commerce, and now I have my own consultancy that really looks at how to broker and structure linkages between the African diaspora and the African continent. So we look at brokering trade and investment opportunities, and the health sector, of course, would be one of those areas that we look at. So those are some of the things that I do currently. I also serve as the chair of the Constituency for Africa, which many of you may know is a longstanding advocacy and education organization that really does help to influence U.S. policy towards Africa, working with U.S. government agencies, multilateral agencies, and others, and also to educate Africans or Americans, excuse me, about the African continent on many fronts, from investment opportunities to cultural and other health and other issues. That's kind of me in a nutshell.
Thank you. And Ripka, Dr. Ripka.
Wow, you keep promoting me. I'm not a doctor yet. Maybe there's a chance or opportunity for me in the future. Maybe you see something in the crystal ball. I have an MPH, Master's in Public Health. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. My name is Rupkat Rafu, and I immigrated to the United States when I was a teenager. I was in 10th grade because of political situation back home and the revolution. So my parents were worried and sent me here to pursue my education in high school. So being here without my parents as a teenager, it was really quite an adjustment. Not only did they send me here without them, but they sent me in a place upstate New York, in a place called Corning, New York, which is a beautiful place. But you know, if you know anything about Corning, New York, you don't see many foreigners, you don't see many blacks. So it was an adjustment on several levels. So I pursued my study in biology and my master's in public health, always with the interest of going back to Ethiopia and serving my people there. And I studied public health intentionally because I felt like I could make a really big difference, because we had so many health issues and we continue to have big health issues. And so I said, but the political situation continue to be really continue to be bad. So many changes, so many revolution changes in government. So I decided I continued staying here. And I was like, okay, when is the right time to go back? So in the meantime, I said, if I cannot go back to Ethiopia, let me at least really be of service to people that look like me. So since graduating, I've always worked in the area of minority health issues, and that is my passion. And of course, now really working in Africa, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. It's still issues around structural issues. Some of the structural racism, we struggle with that here, but there are also structural issues that really greatly impact health in Ethiopia. And I'm really glad to have my colleagues here on Constituency for Africa. And I remember decades ago working with Dr. Sullivan, who had this really wonderful vision of bringing Africans and African Americans together to really improve conditions in Africa. And I think we need to really bring that level of engagement and exchange on a national level. The time is right now. So I'll talk more about what I'm doing in public health. It's good to see you, Vivian.
Good to see you too, Rebecca. Next, Dr. Ngay.
Oh, thank you, Vivian, and thank you, Dr. Ngwa. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. This is wonderful. I mean, I know we're talking about global health here, and just to introduce myself, I come from the African continent, like many of us do, and from Cameroon specifically. And for those that are watching from or following this conference, from Africa, I am the CEO of Flavor Cure Biotech. Yes, so just to say that, highlight that, to say that it is possible that you come from Africa and you are a CEO of a company in America. So that is very possible. So keep that in your dreams also. Flavor Cure is a small company, it's still growing, but we do believe that, the future is ours to grab, and we are getting there slowly. My background actually, global health is something that has always been in my blood because, coming from Africa, you come from a small village where there's no health center, and then your parents, sometimes have to depend on medicinal plants, to treat all the diseases that, will occur in the family. My basic education, formal education, actually was in veterinary sciences. And what I learned there, actually, I was able to see that could be translated into humans, because of course in veterinary medicine, you have what you call zoonotic diseases, which means that is disease that affects both humans and animals. We are, of course, animals. So that basically pushed me into the direction of really trying to see how we can take the medicinal plants, not just as our parents use them, but to be able to dive into them and dig in and see what are the active principles that are in those plants, and see how we can optimize, the effectiveness of the medicinal properties of the medicinal plants. And that really has been a very fascinating journey. Right now we have a collaboration with Brigham and Women's and Dana-Farber, all in Harvard Medical School, where we've been able really to extend, the evaluation of the properties of medicinal plants to show that they actually have, not just activity, but activity against diseases such as cancers, pancreatic cancer in particular, and that we can be able to show what is the actual mechanism that these medicinal plants are able to really affect to treat these very deadly cancers. Flavor Cure actually is looking, is moving forward with a planned clinical trial to investigate a molecule that came from a medicinal plant, which maybe I'll talk about that later. So the idea really is to see how we can not only be looking at medicinal plants, like, oh, medicinal plants, but be able to move them from really the bush to the bench and to the clinic. My background basically is to see how this can happen. And I really, I appreciate, being part of this conference, and thank you, everyone. Vivian and Dr. Ngwa, thank you for inviting me to present here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ngwe. So next, we'll finally have Dr. Broyles.
Thanks for the promotion. I'm actually not a doctor.
See, when you're in this conference, it's better to assume everyone is a doctor. Right?
Yeah,
it's
actually worse. I'm actually a lawyer by training.
Well, welcome to the conversation. And this is what collaboration is all about, and we'll get into that later. But briefly about yourself and why you're here today. Why it means
sure. So Eric Broyles, I'm the CEO and co-founder of NanoCan Therapeutics Corporation, which you heard from my colleague, Dr. Charlotte Moser, yesterday in the session, for those of you who were on that session. And as I said, I'm actually an attorney by training, practiced law for about 10 years, and then became an entrepreneur about 14 years ago. And really started investing heavily in healthcare about 7 or 8 years ago, and had the good fortune of meeting Dr. Inwa, who our company is the commercial partner for some intellectual property that he invented, and Flavor Cure is working on one part of it. We're working on more the drug delivery part of it as well, again, as we'll probably get into more. And so I'm looking forward to the discussion. I've done work. I did my first transaction on the continent. I'm African American, but I've worked all over the world. I've done transactions all over the world as a lawyer primarily, but I helped to privatize South Africa's telecom system right at the beginning of Nelson Mandela's presidency. So I was a young lawyer right out of law school and spent time in Johannesburg, and have post then worked again all over the world. Happy to partner with Will to look at addressing some of the challenging issues that you have in disparity, particularly in cancer treatment. We believe that the technology that Dr. Inwa has invented will play a major role in helping to eradicate some of those disparities. So I look forward to joining in the conversation.
Well, thank you all panelists for that very inspiring introduction. I'm Vivian Birchall, again, your host today. And my first interaction with the Global Health Catalyst Summit was as a speaker at our Wakanda panel in 2018, talking about these disparities. And this conversation still continues. We have a significant number of diaspora like yourselves in medical, healthcare fields, research, investment, technology, but yet the Black person or the person of people of African ancestry continue to be impacted most by the healthcare disparities. So my question to you all is, we're here because we want to do something. We want to be a part of collaborations, and we're here because of a collaboration by diaspora members. But what are some of the processes for building these collaborations in global health, and why are these collaborations important in bridging these healthcare disparities? I'll start with you, Dr. Ngwa.
Thank you, Vivian. Just want to say, Eric, it's actually a multimillionaire or billionaire, I don't know. He's a big guy. He's under introducing himself. So we're very honored that he can be here. All these guys, everybody on this panel, is probably saying too less than, they deserve to say about themselves.
And I am doing injustice to them because I got all the bios and I'm like, this takes a whole hour to introduce everyone the right way. And so I will invite all members who are attending this and anyone watching to please visit the Global Health Catalyst Summit and read these impressive and inspiring bios. Over, back to you.
Okay, so you actually cut me. I was going to say something about Janine and Rebecca and Gay and Stephen, so I'm going to stop.
Sorry.
Eric, just for logistic reasons, so we can have the panel and then play the video for the congressman who is talking about collaboration at the end, since we already started this going. Yeah, so collaboration is important. in fact, it's all about what the Global Health Catalyst is. Last night, when we had the recognition of the Nobel laureate Harold Varmus, one of the things we said was, I was telling him was that I remember the first article that he wrote in 2013, where he basically brought the leaders of all the national institutes of health, the leading ones, to the United States, to NIH, and basically asked them to find ways to collaborate. I actually used that article as a reference for some of the funding that we've gotten so far to drive collaboration, because it kind of set that tone, about the importance of collaboration. And last night, we also heard from Felicia Norris, a big mentor of mine. She survived cancer, and now she's been so accomplished. She was my mentor at Harvard when she was still there. She basically now is the leader in Miami, the Miami Institute. She's a director there. But what she basically did, she coined the word cancer divide, which is another way to say disparities. And she pointed out all the work that she's been doing. One of the things is looking at how you can develop healthcare systems that can drive collaborations to bridge this divide. If you want to close a divide, you really have to have people from both sides reaching out across that divide. And it's not just, even if you talk about African American disparities here, you really have to work across every, or every party is involved, every stakeholder is involved. So collaboration is really important if we're going to bridge disparities. You can't just work by yourself.
Anyone else want to chip in about the process?
Yeah, I'll chime in on.
Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Okay, yeah, so I think that one of the things that are important with building collaboration also is outreach. I've been director of our graduate program for some years, and one of the things I've tried to do is bring more undergraduate students into medical physics. And instead of saying that, I'm at the University of Pennsylvania, we have this great program, you have to go out to the people that you want to bring in and let them know what you're doing and why they're important. And so I'm an alumni from Hampton University, so I'm an HBCU alumni. And so I would go to all the HBCUs and really all the universities and say, this is what medical physics is. A lot of people didn't even know what it was. And I think global health may be the same way, is that you say what it is, but people have different ideas of what does that mean and where do I fit in there? And so I think you have to go out and you have to advocate and you have to let people know what this is about and let them know how they can come into it. And I think this is one of the things that the Global Health Catalyst has done really well this weekend and in the few previous summits also, is to explain, like, how do I fit into this? But I think, that is definitely important, because once you get their attention and start to bring the people in, then you have the pipeline set up so that they can go through. But you have to kind of start bringing people in first, and so they know that I can be part of this.
I want to say that collaboration is really not a luxury that we have. It's essential. It's totally imperative, because the need in Africa is absolutely tremendous and complex. But it can be simplified if we approach it systematically, and we cannot separate health from other conditions. So we have to really look at how can we integrate public health approaches to education system, improving the economy of the country that we're working with. So just like we look at systems approach here around systemic racism or system to improve health conditions, we have to use similar strategies that really make it culturally based in Africa. But the conditions have to be right. We cannot just take something here and implement there. There are bureaucracies that we have to deal with. So we need to really look at the readiness of the countries that we are working with as well. So is there strong leadership that really support and embrace universities from the United States, for example, or hospitals or healthcare providers coming in and working in these countries? And And then we, those of us that are in diaspora, can actually be the ambassadors that can facilitate the process of bringing these kinds of opportunities to the country. Many countries also now have ministers of diaspora or office of diaspora. Their role is not only to deal with diaspora remittance, but really overall, what is it that we can do? How can the diaspora population help us financially, strengthen our economy, and strengthen our health system? So countries need to also be really responsible in terms of providing good accountability system and opportunities for diverse systems of engagement of the diaspora community. So those are like some of the groundwork, but also offer diversity of opportunities for engagement. So economic opportunities of bankers to come in and how to invest, facilitating that process, facilitating the process where we bring in medicine, we bring in equipment. If we're going to be charging tremendous amount of money to bring in these huge medical supplies, if we're going to be charged a tariff, then that also becomes an impediment. So we can't really separate our work around public health without really looking at it in system and through the lens of building systems and building relationships with institutions and countries where we're planning to work in. And of course, the country's stability also has a role to play in terms of our success rate of working in countries to improve health. Health and economics, health and finance, they're so closely tied. We really cannot separate it. So we have to be really intentional in working in unison and addressing so many of these factors that impede the health of our population there.
Yeah, thanks for that contribution. It's a good segue into, a question that is similar. You've talked about the systems, the structure, the things that we have to overcome in order to bridge these disparities. And when you were introducing ourselves, we lost one of us, I think. I hope we get Eric back. But we have a diverse group of people in this panel. For example, an attorney, someone in academia, an investor, scientists, and but we're all trying to speak the same voice: collaborations in health. But healthcare is so broad. When we talk about the systems of healthcare, that is extremely broad. So when we're talking about collaborations, what should be the criteria for choosing areas for collaboration that are meaningful and impactful? Anyone want to first take a go at that?
Yeah, so I'll weigh in on that. So I think one of the key things we need to look at is it doable, right? Looking for areas to collaborate where we can get a win, right? There are a lot of really good ideas. I mean, just sitting in this conference, you probably have all the ideas you need to solve all of these problems, right? Yeah. But then it comes down to execution. And ultimately, execution is the thing that's going to matter. Can you and are you executing on these ideas? So I can tell you with our company, one of the commitments we have is to we're going to launch a nanocan in Africa. We're going to launch in South Africa, and we want to bring this innovation to the continent, right? We're also in the IND process with the FDA right now, working through that process. We plan on launching clinical trials, God willing, early next year. But shortly thereafter, we're going to execute in Africa. We're going to set up shop in likely Johannesburg, and then start deploying the technology on the continent. So it's really going to boil down to execution. What's doable? What can we actually get done? Because again, we have a lot of great ideas. Accomplishing those is going to be the thing that's going to move this and start kind of a snowball effect of improvements.
Anyone else?
Let me add to that. I think that you're absolutely right. And I think that it's really important to look at some of the vehicles that can help effectuate the collaborations that we may be speaking about. What are some of the investment or financial vehicles that are available to us? Do we have platforms that can help really facilitate folks in the diaspora linking effectively with folks on the continent to implement some of the things so that we can get to the win. And I think those are some issues that have been sorely lacking, especially on this side, save for the fact that we do have, as you said, many, many great ideas, probably all the ideas that we need, but we do really need to pay a bit more attention, I think, especially from our side, to the vehicles and the mechanisms that must be put in place within our institutions, whether government or banking or other, to allow us to get to the win.
Can I add one more point on to the discussion also? It's also important to know what is the question for whatever region we're looking at. I think one of the things that helped me when I did have trips to Africa was, you have to walk in their shoes, to know like, what is it that you need? Because I can bring a whole arsenal of things, to the continent, but if it's not useful, it's a waste. And so I think the first thing to know is, you have to have, again, collaboration of people on the continent as well as here to know what is it that you want, what is going to make an impact into, helping the people in your country. Because it varies. Africa's a huge, there's over 1 billion people there. The problems vary from north to south, east to west. And I think that you can't take it as a one size fit all. You have to look at each country, each situation, and say, okay, what is the things that I can do to help impact this country? Once you know that, then like Eric said, you can bring in your whole arsenal of things and then start making some change and impact.
I totally agree. I totally agree. That is such an important step to take to really identify what do they need rather than making assumptions in terms of what is needed and what's necessary. There are so many equipments that really sit unused and costly equipment because we make assumption that's what is needed. So that's why I think it's really important to engage the diaspora community here. There's so many diaspora communities and also government and systems and medical systems there, build a relationship to find out what is absolutely needed and work together. I know I really talk about reverse education because education doesn't go one way, or building the capacity doesn't go one way from US to Africa. We need to educate in terms of what's best for Africa and how to work best with Africa and African systems. So I really want to support that. So thank you, Stephen, for that comment. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Well, just to add to that, actually, just to piggyback from the other speakers, basically, it comes down to appropriateness of whatever intervention or technology that we're trying to introduce to Africa or maybe develop, because really, Africa is known to be the source of so many raw materials that basically they're taken out and then brought back to Africa, in refined form, and we receive them. And we basically applaud, the people bringing back, to us what we give them. So the appropriateness of the intervention is key. We also have the timing. I take, for example, I actually in around 2006, 2007, I tried to introduce hand sanitizer to Cameroon. Because if you've traveled in public transportation system in Africa, you know that everybody touches everywhere and they're all over the place. So I thought that it would be a good idea to introduce hand sanitizers. People can use these and it will help to reduce the spread of communicable diseases. But I ordered a whole stock of hand sanitizers, and the hand sanitizer stayed, in storage for many years until during the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. And then people started calling me to ask, oh, do you still have those hand sanitizers? But you can imagine it's almost over a decade that people realize the importance of hand sanitizers. So that's just to say that the timing is very important. The appropriateness of the technology is also very important. And I mean, the other example that I give is that I also try to start the manufacturing of a malaria medication. Why? Because malaria is the biggest disease that affects Africa. So there are so many different areas of collaboration that we have to look at that has to be really targeted. It has to be something that's relevant to the African continent. And when you start talking about malaria, you know, everybody, I mean, knows what malaria is. If you start talking about cancers, yes, there are certain cancers that are more prevalent in Africa than in other places. I mean, prostate, breast, cervical cancer, those kind of things, you know. You have people who be able to say, hey, yes, I know something about this. And I think that is an area that we have to be able to look at those kind of appropriateness and targeting the areas that will make an impact on the people.
Well, thank you also.
I was going to say, when you talk about appropriateness, it also reminds me of the fact that there is so much that the continent does have to offer in and of itself as well, that I think sometimes we disregard when we're looking at solutions or we're looking at how to address a situation. It's often approached from what can we bring in, but there are so many other things that I think we should look at indigenously and see how we might be able to harness them. I know Will does some work in that regard in the pharmacopoeia space, and I've been approached by several governments in terms of how they may look at developing an industry in that regard. And so I think that that's an addition to what you're saying in terms of what we have locally.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Ngwa?
Yeah, I just want to add to what Janine said and the other speakers. So I think Eric mentioned the win. So my friend, Professor Ahmed El-Zarawi, always talks about win-win. So, you know, for collaborations to be sustainable, and that's what we've seen with this Global Health and Development Project, you know, initiatives that we have. If it's not win-win, it's not going to be sustainable. You know, so you have to do the needs assessment Stephen mentioned. So basically, and needs assessment on the ground. What are the needs, right? And then you have to look at what the resources they have, like Janine and Gay have mentioned, right? What are those resources that they have? What do you have in your hand? You know, what do I have in my hand? And then you have to really make sure that the collaboration is win-win. You know, if they're not going to see what they're going to gain out of it, it's not going to be sustainable. You know, people usually give money, like you can come and give money, and then people will take it. You know, they'll use it, but then after that, the whole program dies because. So you really have to make sure that, you know, even for the United States right now, that's why I mentioned that. Like when we get this funding from the United States government, it's taxpayer money from the United States, right? You have to be able to bring some value back to the United States. Obviously, in the congressman's talk, you're going to hear about the fact that, you know, this is kind of diplomacy. You know, it's healthcare diplomacy. You know, you do that in soft power of America. When President Bush did the HIV PEPFAR, you know, what fantastic impact. I mean, people remember, that's the great thing they know about President Bush in Africa, right? It's a win. You know, it's a win for the United States. If they don't see that, they will not dedicate that money there. There are other wins, obviously. Eric mentioned the technology. Janine mentioned the other one. You know, you can actually get some of the phytomedicines that, some of the discoveries that were developed at Harvard labs were actually from Africa. You know, but now it becomes a win for everybody, right? So United States benefits, Africa benefits, you know, so the taxpayer investment from the United States becomes a win. The resources for Africa, you really have to bring that back there as well. So win-win is really important.
Right. Thank you. Both of you have, I mean, all of you have touched on a few areas that I had wanted to ask about. One of them is how do we make sure that it's a win-win collaboration? And two, there is something, one of the things that you guys have all highlighted is you're talking a lot about Africa. But in my introduction, I talked about the disparities among the Black or people of African descent within the United States. How can we not create processes that don't forget this group? We're living here, we're facing these disparities every single day. Dr. Ngwa, you know about my story where a nurse here in an affluent town asked me whether I had a red rash on my skin. It's a black skin. So, and what does that mean in healthcare when people can't even diagnose our skins, and yet we are saying we're ready to help people in Africa. So as we think about collaborations, how can we bring on board, groups that have been impacted here in the United States, and also work with them to help other communities elsewhere? It's something I can think about. I don't know if we have so much time to dive into it before. One of the things that I wanted us to end with is to kind of brainstorm some very strategic ways of creating collaborations going forward with across sectors, because when we look at the structure of global health or healthcare, again, we need people like Dr. Ngay, who have nanotechnology or creating this technology. We need people like Eric, who are previous attorneys, but they have, they are creative inventors. We need academia who are going to do the research. So how do we select or attract people with diverse skills to collaborate and create a whole ecosystem of a whole healthcare ecosystem, so that we just don't have fragmented pieces moving along?
So I'll jump in. So I think the disparities that you see in Africa and in low and moderate income countries, and the disparities that you see even within the United States in rural areas, but especially when it comes to treating African Americans, it really boils down to, I think from a solutions perspective, it's care and commitment. How much do you care? Right? And are you willing to commit, right? For us to actually commit, and then the execution part, right, of that, of picking the appropriate thing. What's the right target product or service that we want to get into the market? What's the innovation that can sort of speak to solving a particular problem? But the value thing, that's a much deeper issue, right? Because that value construct is rooted in, racism, and it's rooted in, I'll give you an example. My sister, who, humble person, lives in a Midwest state, she got COVID recently, okay? And her doctor, right, in the town I grew up, I consider it somewhat of a racist area, okay, in the US. The doctor didn't even, now she has underlying conditions, she had COVID, and the doctor didn't even, he basically said, take 2 aspirins and call me in the morning. Now here's this 60-year-old African-American woman with diabetes and other health conditions, and he basically no checking, no assessment. And you compare that to a time where I had to go to a hospital in Washington, DC, in the best hospital system in DC, they thought they were gonna have to pull my appendix out. I had 3 surgeons in my room, 3 for an appendix. Now, I thought it's something, and then part of that comes from, like, in our society valuing, wealth or whatever they think, whoever they think you are and can do something for them, versus my sister, they didn't even send. Luckily, I'm on the board of a university in the state, so that was the only way I could get my sister care. But that's a deep, deep value construct, to have somebody at risk of dying and not do anything. And it turned out she had COVID and pneumonia. Through my making calls to the health system that I'm on the board of, they admitted her that night to the hospital, and she was able to get a monoclonal antibody. She's vaccinated. She had the J&J vaccine, so it was a breakthrough case, and she got treated. But that's such a deep value thing that I think this is going to take a lot of time to work through. Meanwhile, I think groups like this, have to figure out what can we sort of pick off and when, right? Can we treat this disease or that disease, and then and within our own sort of community start to build these wins and this momentum, because the value thing, that's just going to take too long, and we may not have enough time to wait for some outside places to value us.
Yeah, I think that one thing to look at is where we get our information from in the Black community. I think that information from the churches, community centers, the barbershop, the hair salon. I mean, these are places where, you know, we're kind of coming together and we're talking. And so I think that those are probably places that we need to actually work with. I think one of the things that we have done, that we have gone into the churches, talked to like men's groups, and seeing like, why don't you go and get your test for prostate cancer? Why don't you go get colonoscopy? And, you know, they open up and we find out like these are the barriers. But they won't tell those things to their doctor when they go. And I remember like my mother, you know, she went through cancer, she had pancreatic cancer. And I remember going to the doctor appointment with her, and the doctor would tell her everything. And then when we leave, she would say, what did he just say? You know, and so, but I think that, you know, the communication has to happen in the community. You know, it's just like we're talking about, you know, on the continent, we need to know what they need. We need to do the same thing in our community. What is it that you need that's going to get you to the doctor and get these screenings that you need? What is it? What kind of innovations are going to help you as far as participating in clinical trials that people don't participate now in the States? Because even the PSA test that we use for prostate cancer, there were no Black men that were in that trial that came up with that, you know? And so we don't even know if this even works for us. And, you know, but people are hesitant to participate because of the history in the country, but if they feel like they're part of the solution, like they're part of it. That's, again, it's all about collaboration, not just scientists, but the community too. Yeah. So if they're part of the project and so let's come up with something together, I think they'd be more willing to, you know, work on like solutions and talk to their neighbor and say, hey, you need to do this because I was part of it. I know it's okay. So I think that's what we really have to do.
I'm glad you asked that question, Vivian, because it's really in my work, I see that what I do here and working in Baltimore and DMV area really has a lot of relevance to my approach in working in Africa around community health. So when you look at that, you know, and as I mentioned, I focus my area of work around minority health. And what I see is one, lack of information, lack of access, lack of quality healthcare, all that, and lack of money. All these things that put us at risk. The COVID, you know, the disparities that COVID has very blatantly revealed in America is the huge disparities, racial disparities when it comes to health. And that's because a lot of African Americans, people, Black and brown people have to go to work to support themselves and their families and putting themselves at risk. So it's double the tragedy. They don't have money for quality health care, and they are forced to go to work and put themselves at risk, you know, before the vaccine and all that kind of stuff. So I see the work, the parallel between the work that I'm doing here and strategies for working in Africa. And just like Stephen said, my intervention here in Baltimore is also working with barbers and beauticians, and also with the faith community regarding sexual health, but also broadening, and we're talking to Dr. Noah, broadening the work that we're doing on sexual health promotion through churches to include churches in terms of cancer prevention education. Those are similar strategies that we'll be using in Africa. So, and I've actually working with Morgan State University because they get it, they understand, they work with this population. So I'm really expanding the work that we're doing here with Morgan State University to work in Africa, and also really building a relationship with them through MOUs, and also, you know, bringing in Hopkins. So we're working with Dr. Nagwa. I'm at the School of Medicine and School of Public Health as well as having my own organization. So it is, we have to think of it that way. And then one important lesson actually that, you know, when you think about reverse education is like the community health workers concept. It was really having such tremendous success in Africa. we thought about it, let's expand it here and implement it here and expand it. That is a strategy, that is a perfect example how we learn from each other and influence each other. And now we have all these credentials, and now in the state of Maryland, you have a credentialing system for community health workers. So it's those are really specific examples. And then the other thing that I want to say, I want to call back to engaging the diaspora community. So we have Ethiopian pharmacists and scientists working together regarding increasing pharma opportunities in Ethiopia. We have 70 doctors, Ethiopian American and Canadian doctors, building this huge hospitals in Ethiopia. I personally am benefiting from American Medical Clinic that was established in Ethiopia by Americans, because my parents, talk about healthcare tourism. My parents used to go to Germany, to India, to other places. Now they don't have to travel. It's right there. So those kinds of opportunities we really need to explore, because we're going to keep money in the country, reduce tourism, and just be really intentional and systematic in terms of how we work.
Well, first of all, this is a powerful conversation. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but it's been, before I wrap it up, if organizers could give me just 2 minutes, one of the critical things needed for collaborations is finance. And I just wanted to get at least 1 or 2 people to speak to your experience with finding investors and financiers, for lack of a better word, for healthcare, global health collaborations. How easy is that? What's your experience? What can be done to attract more investments in this role? I can ask Dr. Ngwa, because you have a good model here of collaborations, bringing people together.
Yeah, muted.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking that Janine, Eric, and Gay would talk about how they
awesome.
how they raise money. I mean, yes. Janine has been involved in this thing for a while, organizing. I mean, a lot of that in economic and business, but the same model applies. I think that, from my perspective, I'll let them talk, because I think from my perspective, you really have to, money, you're really right, Vivian, money is really important. If you don't have that, you can just talking on hot air. In fact, that's how we used to do with the global health at the very beginning, we say, yeah, let's collaborate. But if you don't really have some money to kind of initiate that, to spark that, then people just go home and, they don't have time. So I'll let you.
I think I alluded to it a little earlier in what I was saying when I was talking about having the vehicles and the mechanisms. But, it's not an easy thing, in my opinion, to do some of the fundraise that's necessary for a multitude of reasons. Excuse me, recently through CFA, we've actually put together a policy paper. We had a meeting with the senior advisor to Kamala Harris, who's responsible for the Africa policy. And I'll just pull out a couple of things that we made in terms of recommendations there. And we said that we needed to really create a platform that would allow for the facilitation of direct interaction between minority-owned small businesses with those in Africa, particularly in Africa, and that we needed to have an investment vehicle that we would be able to put together, that we would be able to perhaps leverage resources coming from tax bases to enable us to have access to some of the capital that we need, that we've not seen come through some of the programs that have been put in place technically, that were supposed to benefit those who wanted to make investments or to do projects and programs on the continent. And the other thing that we also were very specific about is I think, and others, that we do need some executive orders whereby we could have a catalytic effect in terms of maybe having resources that are focused on helping us to have a jump start on some of the projects and programs we'd like to see. So that's kind of broadly where I am at this point.
I think you brought up a very important issue, which is like and it's a bit obvious because of the silence here, is that we really need to be more savvy about healthcare financing, and really look at diversified sources of funding that we can help support healthcare initiatives in Africa. And there are really progressive and very much interested banks and financing systems in Africa. And one I could just mention is a TDB Bank. Admasu Tades is doing a phenomenal job in terms of providing support for financing for Africa. Another is a major foundation, Jordan Foundation, is really investing over $11 million right now in establishing Kenyan Women and Children a Wellness Center in Nairobi, and then expanding to other areas. So we really need to think about how can we draw a variety, and then there are many Africans and African diasporas that will actually provide monetary support. So we cannot discount that, because that's billions of dollars that are being invested, just like I mentioned about the collective Ethiopian doctors that are setting up hospitals there in Ethiopia. So it's how can we really strategically think about financing, and not just one strategy in financing, but multi-strategy. And we really need to have bankers in the conversation whenever we have this healthcare financing, because we do frankly lack financing strategies in Africa. So I just want to point that out. And we also need to really support the media to tell our stories. And I just want to throw out Helen's show is one that connects the Ethiopian community here to Ethiopian communities there. Vivian, your show is absolutely fantastic. You know, so those voices actually translate into monetary gains, and those stories also translate into, hey, what can we do? How can we volunteer? So these conversations and the role that the media plays is very, very important in supporting financing, but supporting really public health as a whole.
Whenever you're talking about raising capital, or I'll talk primarily from a private investment perspective, capital flows to its highest value use. It's just that simple. Capital flows to its highest value use. And in America, and in our financial system, the highest value use is 3 letters, IRR. Internal rate of return. They want to see what the return is. And so I think our challenge, and my challenge as an entrepreneur, is to really outline what the economic opportunities, what the returns are. Now, in other markets, I own companies in other parts of the world. And so in one of my companies that operates in Europe, they're single payer systems, right? So the government is paying for the product. And so that's a different discussion, right? When I'm raising capital in the European markets, because some of the countries are single payer. So the government wants to see, lower cost. And so my profit may not be as high, right? Because I'm selling the product at a lower cost. But ultimately, we have to be able to tell the story of the impact of the investment. And unfortunately, America, the financial markets here are going to really just look at what's my return. If I put in 100 million, are you going to get me? What X return am I going to get? And so one of the things I've tried to do is try to give them that, what the return is, but then talk about the humanitarian return and the lower cost of, the overall, the sort of consequential impact of these investments. But and then you have to find the right capital that's interested in that. And with ESG being so big, sort of, social investing, I think we have an opportunity to sort of make that case.
Well, just to add, just one thing. Sorry, I know that you're running late. Just coming from what Eric said, basically, most of the funding that our scientists get, comes from the government. And unfortunately, when you talk about health disparities, if you actually go back and look at most of the funding that has been given, towards maybe addressing health disparities, most of the funding has not gone to Africans or African Americans. So there is a whole lot of education that we have to do within our community, and then to encourage collaboration. so that people really see that this is a problem and we cannot address it just by talking about it. We have really to be engaged in addressing the problem by going out and looking for collaborations that can actually bring in the funds, that are required, to address the problems that we're talking about.
And with that, I would like to say a special thank you to all you inspiring panelists. I wish we had more time because these conversations really, they just need to keep going on. So hopefully we can have another session out of today to just continue having conversations about building collaborations that will give us a win-win, collaborations that will be meaningful, will be impactful to the communities that we're actually targeting. So with that, thank you to the hosts, thanks to everyone watching us, thanks to everyone who is rooting for us and championing collaborations to bridge these disparities. And with that, have a lovely afternoon. That was all from Vivian Virtual. Till next time.
Actually, hold on. Thank you, Vivian. Eric is going to introduce the talk of the congressman, which is really, I think, highlights the need for collaboration and the power of healthcare diplomacy. So Eric, you want to introduce, and then they'll play the video before we end the session today.
Yeah, just briefly, and then there's a brief video, but I reached out to a number of people on Capitol Hill, and in particular, one congressperson was interesting to me because he is actually a doctor, right? And so I want to introduce a video by Congressman Brad Wenstrup, who is a fifth-term congressperson from Ohio's 2nd Congressional District. Congressman Wenstrup, he's a podiatrist by training, but actually also serves in the U.S. military. He's in the reserves right now and actually provided medical care in Iraq. So he actually has an interesting perspective on health disparities, both globally, and his practice was set in a rural setting, right? So he's actually seen health disparities here in the U.S. as well. And so he kind of gives a little talk on this topic, and that's the intro. So, Will, I guess you all have the video of Congressman Wenstrup. It's about a 10-minute video.
Hello, I'm Brad Wenstrup, and I have the honor of serving as the United States Representative for Ohio's 2nd Congressional District. And I want to start by thanking each of you all for your leadership and for allowing me the chance to speak to you today, especially on this important issue of health and global health, I guess, in particular. As a physician in Congress, ensuring the health of not only our nation, but the health of people across the globe is a priority of mine. And it certainly became more obvious to everyone during things like the AIDS epidemic and COVID. But when it comes to our national health security, global diseases do not necessarily stop at our nation's border, as you all know. America leads the world in health innovation, and it can make us stronger domestically when we can use these medical advances and capabilities for the good abroad. Global health is a form of diplomacy that we can use to help build up nations and form alliances with our healthcare foreign aid. It's important that we do it right. Probably a good example would be HIV/AIDS. You know, I was a resident in Chicago during the HIV/AIDS epidemic, and it was not an easy time for our country. Many were truly scared about what we did not know about the HIV virus. I can remember going in to see a patient and I had to dress like a lunar landing because there was just so much uncertainty. When I saw patients during my residency, I knew that was what they needed most, was to be treated with dignity and respect in this situation. And that goes for all patients, but especially those that are marked with something rare that seem to come with so many negative connotations. But we know that the HIV/AIDS epidemic was not just a United States problem, it was a global issue, affecting communities in developed and undeveloped parts of the globe. At that time, too many patients were being shunned by their communities and unable to find the support and care that they needed. It was unfortunate. We have thankfully come a long way since I was a resident back then. We not only know more about HIV and AIDS, we also know how to better care for those that are afflicted. Incredibly, we also have therapies available now, which we did not have then. While we know that HIV/AIDS has not gone away and is still a global issue, the United States is leading in the global effort to still combat the HIV/AIDS epidemic. And I'm proud of the continued U.S. leadership with PEPFAR. PEPFAR is a program started by President Bush that continues to garner bipartisan support from Congress. It's been transformative in the global health fight. Through PEPFAR support, millions of orphans, vulnerable children, and their caregivers assess critical care and supportive services. And since its inception, more than 2.8 million new infections have been averted in children. Let me give you an example of a biotech CEO that I think is a great example for all of us. This incredible biotech CEO is doing work to expand patient access to treatments for rare diseases. He became a biotech entrepreneur to find a cure for his 2 children living with a rare disease, Pompe's disease. He comes at these issues from a unique perspective, having experienced the healthcare system firsthand as an entrepreneur and as a father. His company, Amicus Therapeutics, was named after the Latin word for friend, because in his mind, patients are just that, and they are at the heart of the mission. He has called for payers to lower barriers to patient access. He also offers rare disease therapies at a reduced cost for many underserved communities that can't afford it. Well, let's talk about innovation and why it's so important. When we innovate, we create new therapies, like the one my friend John is able to offer at a reduced cost or no cost to patients across the globe. These wouldn't exist without a system that rewards innovation in some way. It just can't happen. We can't improve global health without innovation, but behind every therapy or cure, there are hundreds of failures. Usually companies have a portfolio of ideas and drugs that they want to try to produce and get all the way through trials and actually out there working for patients. But it's not always easy. I can think of some of the reconstructive foot surgeries that I used to perform for patients with rheumatoid arthritis. They would need drastic procedures to be able to get them to even wear a shoe again because there was so much destruction to the joints of their feet. Now the need for these surgeries went away as new therapeutics came along when the joints were being preserved with biologics. But I can remember patients being on one medication that helped for a while, and then another one that helped for a while, and then it no longer did. But we've seen good results with the biologics. So it takes a while to get to these and get them to market. And often they are costly, and hopefully the price can come down over time when we get to generics and biosimilars. But we certainly want that innovation to continue. I think of other cures, such as the cure for hepatitis C. This helps patients avoid years of palliative care, possible liver transplant, numerous hospitalizations. So some of that cost up front is certainly saved on the other end when all of those things are avoided. But it's always hard to evaluate what you prevented. And sometimes that doesn't get all the glory as much as taking care of something. You know, I often refer to the notion of the open heart surgeon. You do an open heart surgery on a patient, you bring them back to life basically. You have saved their life and you kept them from near death. That's an amazing thing. Do we really pay that much attention to the doctor who took care of the patient every step of the way to try and make sure that they never needed that open heart surgery? So I want to gear more towards how we can keep people healthier longer, not just have cures when we need it, but try and maintain health, not only in the United States, but around the world. But think about what innovation means for patients in the US and across the globe who have so many barriers to access to what is actually going on and what is available. Expensive, long-term care, that we can make some real headway in these areas. When we invest in innovation and cures on the front end, we're also investing in patients' quality of life on the back end. So these are the kinds of innovations that don't just improve a person's lifespan, they actually improve their health span. And that's something that I'm particularly focused on injecting into our policies. When I think about COVID-19 and vaccinations, as a co-chair of the Doctors Caucus in the House of Representatives, I was very actively engaged with the whole process for Operation Warp Speed, what the team was doing, how the vaccines were being produced, how they were being tried. You know, normally you have 8,000 to 10,000 people in a trial. These had 40,000 to 50,000 people. And I want to credit those people that got into trials. But you know, we were able to develop a vaccine very quickly. You know, I've been fortunate as a physician to go out into my community, into the district that I represent, and help vaccinate my constituents. And I've been very pro-vaccine. I've also been working with our Doctors Caucus to understand why some Americans are hesitant to receive a vaccine, to hear them out, and to share a medical opinion with them about the safety and efficacy of these vaccines. We've come so far and done what so many said was impossible, but the bottom line is, I think everyone needs to talk to their doctor and do what's best for their medical care. So my desire to get everyone vaccinated includes the rest of the world. It's a humanitarian imperative to help countries around the world get access to the vaccine. You know, the U.S. has donated significant resources through COVAX to deliver vaccines to vulnerable communities. We're hearing more and more about vaccine diplomacy. And when you look at past programs like PEPFAR or current programs like COVAX, we have clear examples that vaccine diplomacy is good for both our own national health security and for global health at large. The concern about our ability to vaccinate communities through the world is real to me. And I absolutely agree that we must redouble our efforts towards achieving this shared goal. As we move forward, though, I think it's important to know that even during the trial process, we know that people that were vaccinated still were able to develop COVID and take on COVID. They usually did not get as sick, and they were less likely to be hospitalized or die. We also know that viruses produce variants. So I hope to see that we continue to work for therapeutics that work to help people get better when they do get COVID. I think the vaccine is important, but I think it's also important that we have treatments readily available like monoclonal antibodies and other treatments that can get people through the symptoms and not let them lose their life. So in this past May, the Biden administration announced its support for the concept of a waiver of parts of the World Trade Organization's agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, or the TRIPS waiver. Unfortunately, I'm concerned that the proposed waiver of intellectual property rights for COVID-19 vaccines is the wrong approach. As we work toward the shared goal of getting ample supplies of safe and effective vaccines to people in every country as quickly as possible, a waiver of IP protections would probably do more harm than good, especially in the long term. Vaccine manufacturers around the world have created complex, tightly coordinated supply chains. Pfizer, for example, has noted that their vaccine utilizes 280 different materials supplied from 19 different countries. An IP waiver could severely disrupt those supply chains as new, unlicensed producers consume scarce inputs. I'm also concerned that these unlicensed producers may not be able to replicate the same safety and quality that we see in the currently approved vaccines. So if these new unlicensed producers have problems, it could undermine confidence in the vaccine itself and contribute to the already significant problem of vaccine hesitancy. So there's much to discuss. There's always work for us to do. The COVID-19 pandemic represents an opportunity for the global community. More people are paying attention to their health and the health of their communities than ever before. The United States innovates and leads around the world. Also critical to our own success is our partnerships with our allies. Look at our COVID-19 vaccines. They represent global partnerships like Pfizer and BioNTech. We should continue to use innovation in the U.S. and abroad to address healthcare disparities across the globe. Again, much work to be done. I'm so grateful that you are taking the time to address all these issues, and I look forward to working with you now and in the future. God bless.
Thank you so much, Congressman Wenstrup, for this, and thank you, Eric, for making him available to the summit. We really look forward to collaborating with him. One of the things that we've done in the past is really, and that's really unique to the summit, is that we bring people from every sector, and policy is a really important part of it. So we'll definitely continue to work with you, Eric, and Congressman, to looking at how we can collaborate to advance global health and development. So with that, we really brings us to the end of our session.